What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another stream. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just decided we'd keep playing some more NES Shmups. Yeah, we're gonna start off with 1943. After Saturday's stream, I actually tried playing this game, and I ended up beating it for the first time. And it was a major pain in the ass. But we're gonna beat it on live stream right now. It's probably going to take us at least an hour and a half. I'm probably going to die at least a couple of times. But yeah, we did 1942 on Saturday. Now we're going to do 1943 today. And afterwards, we'll switch games just like we did on Saturday. And yeah, since I don't have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, hopefully we can make this a longer stream and I can play more shmups and cover more of the NES Shmup library. Just like with Saturday though, I'm not going to be focusing on games that have multiple playstyles, so like we're not going to mess with Exes, we're not going to mess with Guardian Legend, you know, stuff like that, so, and I'm just going to be bouncing around from game to game. I'm not really taking suggestions. This is just for people that are just popping in right now. Just let me surprise you, there are a ton of shmups in the system, and yeah, we'll kind of roll with it, so... But what's going on, guys? We got a Nicholas, we got Dasan, we got Monolith, and Retroactive, Pancreatitis, S504 says, just saw the notification and I instantly came here. Hell yeah, that's what I like to see. And Leonard T, welcome back. Friggle D, good to see you as well. So yeah, let's do our old shoutouts first. So before we start playing, thanks to everyone that's continuing to back my channel via places like Patreon. Same with all of our YouTube channel members and super chatters. I want to give big shout outs to JD and Signal RF. Signal RF joined up as a channel member on Saturday, and JD actually raised his pledge, so thank you very much, JD and Signal. Also thanks to the super chat donors from Saturday, which was Signal RF, Stodgy, Society of Sin, and Jeffrey Smith. Thank you guys for your support. It helps out a ton. But yeah, with that, let's go ahead and jump into some 1943. Like I said, this game's kind of a pain in the rear. And, yeah. Oh, man. Sorry, my chest is a little congested today, so if I sound a little weird, that's why. I actually wasn't even planning on streaming at the right time today. It was actually snowing outside, which actually made me have to basically ditch my plans. I was going to be moving a couple of pinball machines around 4 p.m. today, but snow got in the way of that, and so we're going to be pushing that off to a different day. So here I am at my usual time with some NES Shmups. Well, I don't know if it's the weather, but like, my throat and chest feel a little weird right now, so I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I just pounded out some water. It could just be dehydration, because I've just been drinking diet soda all day. That's what I tend to do on Wednesdays, which is, Wednesdays are like my Fridays, where it's the last day of the normal work week for me, not counting my second job. I work Thursday and Friday. But for my main job, Wednesday is technically my Friday. It's the last day of the work week. Then I have 3 days off in a row from that job. But yeah, so I don't know if it's a combination of just me being tired from the work week, or the weather, or a combination of both, or dehydration. It's been freezing over here too. No snow, unfortunately. Hey, Serpent Sword. Nice, man. Nice, nice, nice. Well, I hope it's nice. I hope you still get compensated for that. I always forget that, like, when some people get sent home from work, it's like they don't get paid for it. Me, like, I would still get paid for it, because we would just keep working from home. But not everyone has that sort of situation. So one interesting thing about this version of 1943 is that you do have stats that you can apply, and when you first start the game, you get a variety of stats. What I'm going to do is start with Special Weapon, which will actually unlock the second weapon in the weapon cycle, which I'm going to end up using for most of the game, actually. And then Offensive Power, which is going to make my main gun a little bit stronger. And then Special Weapon Time Limit, which is going to increase the amount of ammunition I can use for my special weapons. So Monolith is still waiting for onboarding to start. You starting a new job? Hey, Freddy, welcome back, man. You have way too much time. You're good. Nice. It is significantly better, but it's also significantly more frustrating when you actually try to learn how to beat the game. This is an insanely difficult game. There are 24 levels. The game takes a ridiculous amount of time to beat, especially if you're continuing. I think it took me like 2.5 hours to beat the game for the first time, maybe 3 hours. It was I think it was a Monday night when I did that, and Monday or Tuesday, I don't remember now, come to think of it. But just like the arcade game, you can actually hit your POW targets, and they'll cycle through a variety of weapons. And again, those weapons start to appear based on how high your special weapon category has been leveled up. At the end of most levels, you will have a sort of flower type thing appear. You can run into that and it'll take you to the stat upgrade screen. You'll get 1 upgrade point for every flower that you run into. Picking up the same weapon over and over will sometimes increase the power of the weapon, depending on the weapon that it is, like the shotgun. But it'll also give you ammunition for the weapon as well. So my weapon energy is on the bottom left. And I'm going to actually increase that by picking up my spread shot again. This is obviously a pretty decent shot because, you know, it covers a lot of screen space, but it's also moderately powerful as well. And usually it's these little, you know, ships down on the floor where some of those flowers will appear. They'll appear in other parts too. You can also make dragonflies appear. And it's the same thing as picking up a flower, which it'll take you to the stats screen, but it'll actually give you 2 stat points to utilize instead of just 1. So the game is structured in a way to where by the end of it, you should be maxed out on pretty much everything. Now, the shotgun is this little... Oops, I actually shot that too far. If you shoot your POWs all the way, they'll actually reveal an energy tank, which will reveal your energy. Also, if you hold down the fire button, you can actually do this really powerful charge blast, which shoots out these lasers. Now, the interesting thing about the lasers is that they can cut through multiple enemies with 1 shot, but after like 3 or 4 enemies, it'll kind of stop doing damage, so it won't actually cut through and damage everything that it comes in contact with. So you've got to be careful about that when you play this game. So this is the boss of the level. Most bosses are battleships like this, and you're required to shoot down a certain percentage of each battleship. If you fail to meet the percentage, you'll actually end up having to redo the whole boss area over again, which can be very frustrating. You should be able to get the early ones just fine, but some of the later ones require you to get like 90 or 100%, which is easier said than done, especially if you get to a boss and you run out of ammunition. Hey, Mr. Bullion, welcome back. Same job on new projects after the COVID hiatus. Gotcha, okay. Used to play this one, oh, you used to play the arcade version, very nice. So these red streams of planes, kind of like 1942. This one right here I was going to show you as well. This is the shotgun. This one can actually be upgraded 1 more time after this. So one unique thing about this weapon is that it does destroy projectiles, which is handy, but honestly, I don't really use it. I don't think it feels as good to use as it does in the arcade game. It's a little slow, and so it does leave you wide open, even though it does block some projectiles. So I like to use the spread shot and just try to dodge bullets. You do get a missile, you do get a machine gun, you do get a laser cannon, but they're all kind of pointless in this version of the game, at least. They might have, you know, greater use in the arcade game, but in the NES version, the spread shot here is kind of too good for what it is. Now, you do get these side biplanes, just like you do in, well, they're not really biplanes, but you do get a side, you know, helper planes, like you do in 1942. You know, those are, they increase your firepower, but they don't increase your spread shot firepower here. So your other weapons are better when you've got the special side planes, but they're very, very rare pickups. I've only gotten them once, and it's kind of like in one of the earlier parts of the game as well. And I'm pretty sure they appear again, but there is a enemy plane pattern that appears that I'm never able to fully shoot down, which is why I'm never able to get the side helper planes again. But I think they only appear like twice in the game, and it's just, you know, for a game that has 24 levels, they appear way too infrequently. And the problem with that is that your higher level weapons in this game, they don't seem nearly as useful as this lower level weapon right here. So, like, they're only useful if you have your helper planes. So, I do plan on getting at least one set of helper planes, and then when that happens, I'm going to switch to a later style of weapon. And then I'm going to use that weapon until I lose those helper planes, which, you know, will probably be within a few levels, you know, after I get them. So now you do have the A button, which allows you to do, I guess what's called, I don't know if it's a reversal or what the exact name is, but it actually calculates right here as R's. You'll see the 3 R's on the bottom of the screen. You'll get 1,000 points for each one that you have at the end of the level. They make you rotate around, and at certain points of the game, they'll also freeze all the enemies or the boss on the screen. And so that actually comes in handy a lot on later boss fights in particular, where you're guaranteed to run out of ammo on the boss fight, and then you're just stuck with this rinky-dink, you know, pea shooter, which honestly isn't very good for boss fights, because there are tons of turrets on some of these battleships, and they're all shooting bullets at you, and you can't just stand in front of the turrets to take them out. You got to constantly move back and forth. So yeah, it gets pretty hairy later on in the game. And so the reversals really come in handy, and you'll see me using them very frequently on bosses. And what's good about the reversals is that, go ahead and increase my special weapon. What's good about the reversals is that they replenish after each level. And Venom, what's going on, man? Yeah, it was torture the other night learning how to play this game. But I played it more yesterday on my own, off stream, and then I also, decided that I would play through it on live stream. I wanted to try to practice it for a Let's Play, but I've tried several runs, and a Let's Play is just not going to happen to this game. It's way too hard. I don't like doing Let's Plays unless I'm confident I can get a 1-credit clear. If I know I'm going to get a game over, then it's, especially in a long game like this, it's going to be 1.5 hours to 2 hours long. I feel like it's not worth the trouble. So, but we can do it on the live stream, because live streams are normally long. And hell, if we did 1942 on a live stream, then I can definitely do 1943. This will at least be a little more interesting to watch. Wait, let me actually cycle this one all the way through so I can turn it into energy, because I did just take a hit. So the energy tanks at the end of a PAL cycle, they give you about 10 energy points back. Now you'll notice your energy is constantly ticking down like it's fuel. These elephants will actually give you some energy back too. It looks like they give about 15 or so. And these are the plane bosses, which are actually very reminiscent of the ones in 1942. Still using the same background tile effects, but it's a little more convincing now. What I like to do is actually kind of stay off to the sides, because then their spread patterns are a little less dense, and it's easier to dodge their projectiles. You really don't want to take damage in this game. Hey, Jose, long time no see ya. It is 1943. Yep. No, Emmett, I'm not playing 1943, actually. I'm playing 1959. Hey, B Retro, welcome back. Sin City, how's it going? Kazuya? Hey, Spike Paws, what's going on? Cyberpunk 1943. Alright, so spread shot. Yeah, you'll notice that there's another weapon option now in my weapon chain. And here are the planes I was talking about. So now's a good time to actually switch over to that weapon. Now these little planes, they can take a few hits and then they disappear for good. So ideally I don't take too much damage with them. And there we go. So we got the machine gun, which is great. I'm gonna basically end up sticking with this as long as I can. Because with my little helper planes, I can actually start doing really rapid damage with this weapon. But once I lose my little planes, this weapon becomes much less useful. I'm better off having the spread shot and doing a combination of charge lasers and my spread shot. Like, the charge lasers are great against the sort of medium-sized planes. You'll usually end up killing them in one hit. And you want to make sure you grab that flower before you dive down onto the water. And I'm going to actually boost my energy level. Fortunately, you get to work from home today. Yeah, you'll notice that it even doubles up my charge laser now, which is cool. But it seems like the double charge laser isn't really all that great. Like, your single charge laser would end up killing those medium-sized planes in one hit. But the dual charge laser is, kind of an example of, sort of a form of, I guess you could call it a form of game balance in shmups to keep the player from getting too overpowered. In a lot of shooters, your firepower will increase in size, but to compensate for the size, it'll actually make each shot weaker. So even though you might cover more screen space, your spread is actually less powerful overall. That's kind of what's happening with these lasers, I believe. So even though I've got two charge lasers now, they're, as a whole, they're actually still weaker for covering more screen space. You don't normally like NES music? Oh, for shame, man. There's so much good NES music. But yeah, there's a lot of bad NES music too, totally. But, yeah, this game does have a, it's got a memorable soundtrack for sure. It's got some catchy music. You know, they're good renditions of the tunes found in the arcade game. Yeah, definitely spike pulse. I mean, I would say quite a few rotten apples, but I mean, that's kind of the case with almost every system. Especially the old systems that required, you know, older systems that had, never mind. My mind's blanking out right now. Old chiptune-based music, I guess. Whatever you want to call it. But then again, you've got a lot of CD-based systems too that also have really awful music. It just depends on the game. Alright, so on the top left, we should have another upgrade. Hopefully it's an upgrade. Sometimes it's just like fuel refills. But there we go. Yep, there's another one. Alright, so what I'm going to do is actually raise my special weapon, because when I get the special weapon to the second to last, it'll actually unlock a sort of like a super fuel tank, which will allow me to refill my energy even faster. Usually to bleep bloop. I mean, that's like any 8-bit platform though, you know? But yeah, like I said, it also depends on the game. So, I mean, you listen to stuff like Mega Man 2 and 3, or Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Gaiden 2 in particular, Silver Surfer, stuff like that. You know, there's some really good music on the platform. But yeah, then you have 1942, which was literally just do 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 do, and that's the whole game. And half of them don't even play right because they conflict with the sound effects. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but I mean, you can make the same complaint with pretty much any, you know, 8-bit platform. And if you haven't heard a lot of music like this in the NES, then you got a lot of catching up to do. Because there's a lot of it in the system. Yeah, I agree, Serpent Sword. At the very least, the NES had a wider range it was capable of doing. I think the Master System sound chip was much more limited, unfortunately. So Kevin prefers more beeps than bleeps and boops. Alright, I need to switch over to a weapon that's good with my helper planes. Alright, there we go. I notice that I'm trying to constantly grab the machine gun to boost my ammo. Even right here. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a pattern of enemies that's going to give me some health back, so I don't really need to focus on picking up energy. Now these huge planes here, they'll take like 3 sets of hits. Every time they wiggle, it basically means you've done about 1/3 of its health. Oh, and this is the Dragonfly, so we'll get 2 upgrade points here. And so I'm going to do my special weapon again. But then I'm going to do my defensive power. That way if I do take a hit, enemies will do less damage. And there we go, there's the Yasichi. So that gives you, I think, pretty much all of your health back. Now those big planes will also start, you know, doing spread shot patterns later on in the game. And it's... You don't want to be right behind them when they start doing that, because you will pretty much be guaranteed to take damage. Now, if you get a POW just by itself, it gives you about 8 points of health back. It's not a lot, but sometimes I might not be able to cycle it through fast enough. And so I'll pick it up just to get at least some reward from it. And yeah, Adam, totally, man, I don't agree with the comparison to Genesis, because I feel like that tells me you haven't heard much of the Genesis sound library. But Master System, yeah, I think it's a fair point. Like I said, I think the NES sound chip was a lot more versatile. You have a much greater range of soundtracks on the NES than you do Master System. I'm not saying Master System has bad music. There's some very catchy tunes in Master System that I'll always love, but you have much less variety in how music sounds on it. What's my strategy / approach? Or I use peripheral vision techniques? Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to just... I actually explained this on my last Shmup stream on NES, where, like, you know, for one, it depends on the game, but generally I try to keep my eyes more towards the top of the screen as opposed to focusing on my own ship. But I'm still using my peripheral vision to keep tabs on my ship at all times, to know where it is in relation to bullets that are flying down the screen. Yep, see, now they're shooting. Two machine guns. And at this rate, I'm not going to have my helper planes much longer. And kind of like Gunsmoke, you don't want to be hugging the sides of the screen. And you don't want to be hugging the bottom of the screen either, because enemies come up from behind a lot in this game. How's my brother doing? Yeah, he's good. I saw him actually last night. My parents and he came over for dinner. Hey, Encrypted Printer, level up system reminds you of Guardian Heroes. Yeah, it's kind of similar, except that, like, you know, attacking doesn't give you experience points or anything, so it's just, you know, almost every level in the game has at least one upgrade item that's hidden that you can pick up. Love my feature on Gunsmoke. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't focus on staring at your ship unless you're playing something crazy like a bullet hell, you know, where, you know, there's 100 bullets on screen, probably more, and you have to actually weave between them. In this, it's like there's less fine-tuned dodging. It's more about just making large, like, swoops and sweeps, sweeping motions, and yeah. Hey, Internet Junkie, welcome back. Gunsmoke and Gun-Knack. Gunsmoke, please. You can go watch my Let's Play I posted on Saturday. So I'm probably not going to be playing Gunsmoke. And I'm not going to be playing Gun-Knack because I played it on Saturday. Sorry. And I'm not taking requests, guys. Just for your own good, don't request anything. The more you request, the less likely I'm going to actually play it. Or I told Hassan, I'll only play the bad games that are requested. I'll torture everyone. We'll turn this into the torture shmup stream. Hey, Ego, welcome back. I'm gonna catch up on chat here for a second. While music takes is subjective for sure, I think there are enough universal rules about music production to at least have some frame of reference. Yeah, definitely. An encrypted printer. Yep. You watched a playthrough of 1944 today. Very nice, man. Yeah, I need to get decent at that game. Actually, no, I'm thinking 1941. I still need to play 1944, actually. Alright. What will be left? There's tons of shmups on NES, so I don't think you know, our selection is gonna be too limited. And there goes my helpers. Do I have? Oh, I'm just kind of winging it. Yeah. Basically, after I'm done, I think, what else is there for me to try? And I have lots of options. But yeah, on Saturday we did a shmup stream for NES, and I played Gun-Knack. I played 1942. I beat both those games. We beat Life Force. We played through most of Abadox. And, I feel like I'm missing something. But, yeah, we have a lot of options. I'm just trying not to play the same things I played in the last couple of weeks or so. So again, okay, this is bad. So again, Gunsmoke I did a Let's Play of on Saturday, so I'm probably not going to play that here. Kind of redundant content, you know? But if you haven't seen the Let's Play for Gunsmoke, I do recommend checking that out, because it's a new Let's Play format for me, and I am constantly looking for feedback on it. See, this is where using my reversal will be good. So I basically freeze the boss in place, and then focus on just charging. And hopefully that one turret I missed isn't gonna screw me over here. Let's see what happens. I'm not playing Afterburner. Breakthrough is a stinker. Yeah, I don't think I've actually played Breakthrough. Spike Paws doesn't know a lot of shmups on NES. Not a great genre for you. Well, you'll definitely see a bunch of games that you've probably never played before, so that's cool. Hey, Dad, what's going on? Alright, so back to the old spread shot here. No, there's another game on NES called Breakthrough that's, I believe a shooter of some kind. I don't know if it's the one I'm thinking of. I know there was one that was kind of weird. I thought it was like scrolling to the right, but it was also isometric at the same time. I don't remember. Alright, so I should probably try to get some energy back. Alright, so the next one should be energy. Yep, just like that. Boom, got it. And upgrade time. Cleaning the old apartment with my MXI on Wii U. What? What are you talking about? Oh, MSX. I was like, what the hell is MXI? PlayStation Home being shut down. Oh, wow. I thought that was gonna be, I thought that was shut down years ago. I didn't even know it was still running. Man, yeah, sorry to hear that, Pancreatitis. It always sucks when, like, there's a service that gets shut down and people still like it. Or they have fond memories of it. Dad, no, this is the first game we played. And we still have a good ways to go on it. This is a very long game. It's too long, honestly. Magmax. Okay, don't say anything, Austin. Don't say anything. Don't go banning people that are just really dense and probably stupid. They can't be helped. Just let it be. Just let it be. Breathe, Austin, breathe. I'm trying not to get irritated right now. Not sore enough to switch to Xbox, though. Oh, it was shut down a year or two. Okay, I thought that... Okay. I'm trying to charge up, but sometimes the charge mechanic's a little weird. And you do kind of rely on the sound cue that plays, but the sound cue will oftentimes get cut off by other sound effects. Do I have a favorite shmup in particular? I mean, yeah, a lot of times I don't have specific favorites, like one specific favorite, but if I had to pick one, it would be Radiant Silvergun, which is an arcade, Saturn, and then it actually also got ported to Xbox 360 later on. But I love the original Raiden arcade game. That's one of my all-time favorites as well. And, yeah, I've got a bunch of others. But Radiant Silvergun would definitely be my top favorite. Alright, back to the spread shot. There we go. I didn't even catch what level we're on right now. Oop, took a hit. And I did not want that. Man, that always happens to me at least once in a playthrough. Run into the shotgun by accident. Contra 3 is probably the easiest. No. Hardly, man. Contra 1 on NES and Super C on NES are by far the easiest. That or Game Boy Operation C. Much, much, much less trial and error than what's required in something like Contra 3. mean, that's not even taking into consideration Contra 3's hard mode. I'll go ahead and stick with the shotgun for a couple minutes, and then I'll switch back over. Yeah, I agree, Pensive. Contra 1 NES is very balanced. Which is why I always don't understand when people complain about its difficulty. I think people just expect to beat games on their first try. Which has always been like a kind of a weird expectation in my eyes. Especially if you don't play a lot of games. It's like, did you expect to be able to drive your first time you stepped into a car? You know, there is a learning curve for lots of games. Most games, I would say. Contra's one of those games where people resort to the Konami code to see their way through to the end. You know, which is fine if you want to just kick back and relax. But, fuck, man, I died. That shouldn't have been a death. I shouldn't have died there. That was my fault. That's just me not paying attention and rambling about Contra. Yeah, that means you need to put more time into them, Kazuya. Especially if it's like, well, I put 1,000 hours into Contra 3, but I only put 2 into Contra 1. Well, no shit, you're gonna think they're harder. But they're not. I think they're objectively easier. You know, especially with the spread shot. Oh my god. The bullets go across the screen so slow, like there are rarely any surprise moments. Yeah, so when you continue in this game, you gotta be careful not to mash the start button, you know, as the game over screen appears, because you're gonna accidentally hit starts, and it's gonna start you all the way back over at the beginning of the game. Now, I think it's perfectly okay to admit that you haven't put enough time into a game to get good at it. And, you know, at least... Oh my god, are you serious? So when people tell me the original Contra NES is hard, when they've done something actually impressive, like beating Contra 3, I just roll my eyes, because I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just talking out of your ass. And I hate it when people talk out of their ass. Stop talking out of your ass, Kazuya. Get good. Get good at those easier games. Yeah, I got something for you, Kazuya. You want a really hard game on NES? Play 1943. I like giving Kazuya shit in case you guys haven't noticed. When Andy Author's not here and Kazuya is, you know, he gets everything Andy would normally get. And now Andy's probably gonna pop in and I've mentioned his name. Oh, hi guys, here I am! Bucky O'Hare, you peasant. Yeah, I still want to play that, man. Yeah, no, you earn lots of extra lives in Contra. I think in Contra 1, you start with 3 lives, but I think you get up to 10 extra lives by the end of the game. Like, it dishes out extra lives like popcorn. Or like candy on Halloween. It's, so you have a lot of chances even with the default life count. And you know what? If you don't succeed in your first try, or even your 5th try, it's okay, you can try again. It's the beauty of video games. It's not a long game. It takes about a half an hour to go through. It's not a major time sink, playing it again. Getting better at the game, slowly. Doesn't have any, like, absurdly ridiculous boss patterns you have to learn like you do in the other later Contras. Oh, for God's sake, man. Alright, this is another plain boss here. This is probably the worst part of this game, or one of the worst parts of this game. Not the boss, but just this sound tone that keeps playing. Alright, let's go ahead and use our reversal. This is bad. There we go! More like 15 minutes. Well, 15 minutes when you're, you know, a speedrunner. And you really know what you're doing. 1943 race. Hardest game for you on the NES, Battletoads? See, that's fair. I'll give you that one. Because Battletoads actually a difficult game. I would give you that one. Oh, jeez, really? Already? Yeah, from here on out, we're going to be hearing this sound effect a lot. This alarm tone. God damn it, man. Just one more cycle right there, and I would have had a bigger energy tank. You can save state in Contra 1 NES? What? What kind of question is that? Yeah, with an emulator? Or a flash cart? Or you can just, you know, play it again when you get a game over. Like most people did back in the day. Oh, use the super warps. Yeah, I mean that's a good way to get far ahead in Battletoads, to practice areas that you haven't had a lot of practice in. Alright, there we go. I gotta stop looking at the chat, because for one, half of it's annoying me right now. And two, I'm not focusing on the game, and so I'm getting game overs at places where I normally wouldn't get a game over. I just gotta get back into a focused mindset. Alright, so these stars here, I believe they give you back ammunition. Yep, looks like it gave me... I don't know if it gives you all of your ammo back, or if it's just like 20 or something. I need that fuel tank. And there is a dragonfly. Hey, Retro Simon! Alright, man, I don't know what to do. Guess I'll do offensive power again, and then I think... Oh, never mind. Yeah, I saw a walkthrough that said that, you can't take anything up to level 6 until... Wait, what? Oh, you can't take special weapon up to level 6 until you've had everything level 3. Oh, that's weird. I thought nothing could be taken to level 6 until everything was at level 3. But it looks like it's just special weapon. So that means you can't unlock your laser until everything is at level 3. So let me actually try that. Yeah, okay, we just figured it out. That's weird. Locking the laser behind that is really odd because the laser's not all that good. I'm gonna do offensive power. Yeah, it was actually good doing offensive power because my shots were not killing those little planes in one hit. You finished 1943 earlier this year? It's tough. Yeah, it's very tough, man. I got so pissed off with this game the other night. I was playing it on Twitch, and I raged hardcore. One thing I am gonna have to start doing again, though, is actually just practicing games off stream. Because I did have some guy in there talking about random-ass collecting stuff, and I really don't give two shits about collecting. So not only is the game really pissing me off, and I'm having to deal with a conversation I don't want to even be having. Like, none of my usual viewers were in there, you know, having, like, normal conversations. This guy was like, what's your idiot's collection like? What carts do you have? I'm like, dude, I don't fucking care. This game's pissing me off for one. I don't want to be talking about carts. I seriously don't care about collecting. It's not a topic that interests me anymore. I ended up spiking my controller and someone clipped it on Twitch. I had the webcam on. I pounded the desk like 4 times and then like spiked my controller. I haven't done that in a long time either. Like, this game got under my skin, man, when I was trying to learn it the other night. Yeah, and I tried doing a few practice runs yesterday, seeing if I could do better. And I did a little bit better, but I still got like 3 game overs. And so, you know, if I'm gonna get 3 game overs, I'm not gonna be able to do a let's play of the game. That's the thing about streaming, is like you open yourself to conversations with other people that you might not even want to have. Especially for me on Twitch. Like, Twitch is just like, I fire up a game, I fire up the stream, I play a game. I don't really want to necessarily talk to people. It's like I do want to talk to people, but I also get like in these moods sometimes where like I just really, I don't want to be having certain conversations because I'm not interested, you know? But you're just kind of stuck there with people like typing shit in the chat and you're just stuck with it. And like, when I stream on Twitch, I don't stream to like put on a show. Like on YouTube, like I put on a show. Even though it's still relatively casual, as you guys have been able to tell today with some of the things I've said. But on Twitch, I'm really in like I don't give a fuck mode. I just, you know, I just wanted to practice the game. Or talk to some friends I actually know, you know, not just, Yeah, so point is, I've got to, you know, I've been good about not streaming on Twitch as much for that reason. But I need to start actually practicing games off-stream completely. I don't really play many games off-stream, I'm usually streaming. It's like I probably actually wouldn't have gotten as angry at this game if I wasn't streaming at the same time. Maybe. I don't know. So this is just like any other boss in the game. You have to complete a certain percentage, otherwise it'll make you do it over again. These ones aren't usually too bad, where you're just fighting these big planes over and over. By the way, we're not even quite halfway through the game yet. This game has 24 levels, and I think the last level was level 10. There we go. Mission 11 clear. Now we're almost halfway through the game. Zelda 2. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Zelda 2 as well. You've yet to see true Austin Salt on the stream. You've seen a few pretty intense clips. Yeah, the spread shot, I'm not a fan of Streets because it's too slow. So, yeah, I'd rather actually dodge bullets than deal with the slow weapon. But, you know, it might be handy for some people. It might be handy for some people. Like, especially later on in the game where there are lots of, you know, enemy bullets that you have to deal with. There's the cow. He gives energy back. Yeah, so these planes right here, they're basically like kamikazes. They just dive bomb you. So you can kind of avoid them by doing circles around the screen. Oops, took a hit. Oh, man. Let's do... We'll go back with offensive power again. Galaga or Galaxia, nice. It's an 8-bit game, Fusion. I wouldn't overthink it, man. Plus, it's a traditional Capcom power-up. 1943 features a lot of icons that were in lots of early Capcom arcade games. So you've got the cow, you've got the elephant, you've got the Yoshichi, you've got the star, you've got the barrel. All those were in other games as well by Capcom. Well, now you do. Even if they weren't, you're still overthinking it. It's a freaking 8-bit video game. Alright, let me go ahead and use this. Because I'm about to die again. This isn't exactly what I would call a war simulation. Alright, use it again. Just like that. And boom. That's why you want to save your reversals for the bosses if you can. Maybe that's why, I mean, maybe. Just developers having a good time with their games. Make them lighthearted. You play DCS? What is DCS? Yeah, Dad. I mean, that's why you have that's why you have upscalers. Low latency upscalers. I mean, software emulation on PCs has gotten really good with input latency. I mean, it's another option. There we go! There are my helper planes. That's the one I always miss. Alright, Alright, so let's switch off to a different weapon. Have I done a Let's Play of Twin Bee? I have not, no. I've actually barely played Twin Bee on NES. Or Stinger. I think that was the one that came out over here. Alright, there we go. This is true, Spike Paws. Yeah, you know, my favorite modern games are the ones that are more quote-unquote video gamey, where even if, like, they try to be serious looking at times, they still have a lot of goofy parts or totally unrealistic parts to them. Tekken 3, nice. When it came to PS1, I was definitely more of a 2D fighting game guy. I didn't really start getting into 3D fighters until the PS2 and Dreamcast era. Most of the PS1 3D fighters kind of felt janky to me at the time. I mean, I did play a little bit of like Virtua Fighter and Virtua Fighter 2 on Saturn. And I did try Tekken 3 when it came out. I tried some of the other Tekkens too, but I didn't really get into them. Yeah, it wasn't until Tekken Tag, Tekken 4, that I started getting into that series in particular. Alright, boss down. Yeah, I played a lot of MK Trilogy back then. Am I doing another 3DO playthrough? No. Sorry, I've done 2 3DO playthroughs on my channel now. I think I'm done playing that version. I would like to do, it's like Optimal Doom or Optimus Doom or Opta Doom or something like that. There's a guy who goes by Optimus who's been doing a tweaked version of the game. So I need to download that and try to run it on my 3DO. But actually, I have to get my 3DO fixed before I can do that. It's got some issues. Alright, let's try this weapon. Alright, let's go defensive power. Tekken 6, nice. I only played that one a little bit. Tekken 5, Dark Resurrection was the last one that I put a lot of time into. And that was mainly in the arcades. I didn't even play it on console. Dark Resurrection, I mean. I played Tekken 5 on console. Alright, so we're gonna switch back over to the spread shot. My little helper planes didn't last very long. I got hit, because the hitboxes are not great in this game. I tried weaving between the planes and ended up taking damage instead. Oh yeah, Tekken 5 was great. Very good game. Alright, I think this is another plain boss. Yes, I do remember Vigilante 8. Fuck, man. That always happens to me on this boss for some reason. I always get here with no health. And I make the stupid mistake of getting hit by one projectile without using my reversals. Have I ever done a beat-em-up stream? I mean, I've played beat-em-ups on stream, but not a dedicated beat-em-up stream, no. I honestly don't like beat-em-ups all that much. I mean, I've got personal favorites, but they're mostly a genre that's meant for you to just, like, shove one quarter into a machine after another. They're not usually balanced very well. And thus, I don't think they're that much fun to play. Yes, I don't know if I'll ever do a beat-em-up stream straight up, because, like, you're just gonna see me credit feeding them, all of them. That's not any fun. But I will continue to, you know, fit in some beat-em-ups and other variety streams. I think it's probably better I do it that way. There we go. A little bit better. Oh, for God's sake, man. And everything just does so much damage, too. It's so annoying. And of course, I get the S.C.A.T right there. I do want to put more time into some NES beat-em-ups, though. Like, I want to learn how to beat Mighty Final Fight. I've heard that's actually not too bad of a playthrough. River City Ransom I've never done. I mean, even Renegade looks kind of fun in a dumb way. As long as you don't mind jump kicking over and over. Yeah, I might try some of those sometime. There we go. It's really not that hard, but the thing is, like, you just played a 5-minute long level, and you're out of energy by that point, and it's so, like, you're still stressed, and that doesn't help. Oh yeah, no, Streets of Rage 4 is awesome. I did a blind stream of that, actually, no, I don't think it was a blind stream. I think it was my second playthrough. I did that on YouTube, like a week after it came out. I actually really enjoyed that one. But, like, that, to me, is an example of a beat-em-up that's, like, well-balanced. You know, its mechanics make sense. It's not, like, being super cheap where bosses have a gazillion, like, invincibility frames. That sort of thing. Like, I felt like I was in control of that game. So, I'm very picky about the beat-em-ups that I like. They've got to be, like, really well-designed, in my book, for me to really get into them. Otherwise, it's just mindless button mashing. It's not any fun. But Streets of Rage was very good, mechanically speaking. And it had a good, relatively smooth difficulty curve, too. I think my only complaint with that game is that it just kind of goes on for too long. You know, it takes like 2 hours to go through the game. And in that game in particular, it's like, it's not even by the hour-long mark, and I'm already burnt out on it. That's actually one of my big complaints with this game. I know it's not a beat-em-up, but one of my big issues with this game is it just goes on for way too long. I really felt like they should have cut this version down. The arcade game has the same amount of levels in it. Apparently. But they decided not to trim it down. For the NES, I mean. Yeah, totally. I agree with S504. Those old Mortal Kombat games have ridiculously cheap AI. It's honestly like beat-em-up syndrome. You know, there's a lot of similarities to poor beat-em-up AI and Mortal Kombat AI. Alright, boss time. Will I have enough weapon energy for this? Alright, that's good. Honestly, be retro, I almost feel like most arcade games should be around 40 minutes tops. That's kind of like the sweet spot for a good lengthy experience with a lot of, you know, different scenic variety. Anything past that, it starts to drag on. Arcade games are meant to be intense, you know, they're not like these, you know, these sort of like casual experiences where you kick back on a couch, you relax, you just, you know, you press the buttons. Arcade games aren't really like that, you know? They're meant to be a challenge, and so like a straight, you know, a straight challenge for 40 minutes is pretty, you know, that'll drain you pretty well. And then when you make the player go on longer than that, it's, yeah, it just becomes draining, tiring. I didn't even check what level we're on. So the game kind of does a fake out. On level 16, it says, "Oh, you've won! Yay! Congratulations!" And then 10 seconds later, the ending text goes, "Oh, wait, no, sorry. We were wrong." It's like, oh, come on. And then it makes you play another 8 levels. Yeah, and the final level in the game is... The level itself isn't too bad, but it's the boss area, and it just drags on for ages. Ooh, Tyrian 2000. Yeah, that's actually a game I've been meaning to stream for a long time. I actually practiced it a couple years ago to do a stream, and then I never streamed it. It's like, oops. I forgot. I'm gonna have to go back and play it again. That's like a 3-hour-long playthrough, too. But yeah, I love Tyrian. That's a good one. I've streamed Raptor, Call of the Shadows, and Star Gunner. I did full playthroughs of both those games. Recorded from my Windows 95 machine. So that's one reason why I wanted to do Tyrian as well. That's kind of like the trifecta of classic 90s PC shooting games. Those are the 3 best ones, if you ask me. This is where we started experiencing a lot of slowdown on bosses, which is honestly a good thing. Makes things a little bit easier. got more time to react. I've run out of ammo here, so that would have been a good time to use my reversal. Yeah, probably no Let's Play of Tyrian, but I will do a live stream. I basically try not to Let's Play anything that's more than like an hour long. Because then I get burnt out in the middle of recording the video. Or I start losing things to talk about. Because some games that go longer than that, they just start to get really repetitive. Like this game. Oh, so that was level 16. Good. Good timing. For games like that, that'll take me 2 to 3 hours to beat, I'll do a live stream. So it'll basically be like this format. Except it'll just be Tyrian 2000. So yeah. MK Armageddon. Yeah, I had thought about playing MK Deception today, actually, following up on Deadly Alliance. But I was like, no, yeah, I think I need a Mortal Kombat break. I wasn't too hyped about Deadly Alliance, and I don't want to be a complete jackass on my Deception stream. Yeah, I dealt with a lot of bad Mortal Kombat AI last week between Deadly Alliance and then Mortal Kombat's 2 and 3 in the arcade. I think I've had my fill for a few weeks at least, but I do have to do Deception. It's like I owe it to a couple people that technically helped fund the game, so I'm gonna have to do it, even if I don't really want to do it. I'll try to go into it with an open mind. Yeah, I had someone comment on my previous MK Deadly Alliance stream as well, like, oh man, you gotta try the later Mortal Kombat, they're so good, oh man, and I'm just like, I'm just not interested. Sorry man, you can't convince me. I think what it is I'm just not really into 3D Mortal Kombat anymore. My Mortal Kombat phase in life is over. It's a series I liked growing up, but I don't care for it as much now as an adult. And I did play Mortal Kombat 9. I bought it like 10 years ago. I beat the game straight through. I did buy Mortal Kombat 11, or sorry, Mortal Kombat 10 when it came out. Played it for a few hours. It was just like, eh. Then I traded it in. Took a big hit on it. And Mortal Kombat 11 doesn't interest me. So I'm just like, I'm not even gonna bother anymore. I don't really care. Too many other games to play, too little time. Although I did actually buy MK9 on PS3 a few weeks back. This is before I streamed Deadly Alliance. I was like, yeah, we'll stream MK9. Now I'm not so motivated to do it. But I think I'll probably still end up doing it just because I did buy it for the stream. And then I can trade it in when I'm done. Oof, MK4. The game in 64 characters, dude. I'd rather a fighting game with 8 characters that plays really well and is really fun to play than a fighting game with 64 characters and plays like crap. But yeah, no, the reason I explain that is just like, where I tell that story is just, for anyone that wants me to do the later 3D Mortal Kombat, it's probably not going to happen, just because I've been there, I've tried them, I'm just not that into them. So when it comes to Mortal Kombat, I love my old classic 2D ones. Anything past that, you know, I do still like Deadly Alliance. But it's not really something I have the desire to go back to and play again anytime soon. I have a bad feeling that's how Deception's gonna end up turning out. I mean, because like a lot of people like really praise MK9 and I was just kind of lukewarm on it. The same with MK10. also just very lukewarm on it. It's like they don't have that single-player appeal that the old 2D ones did. And I don't do, like, much in terms of online anymore with fighting games, so, yeah. Yeah, I played a little bit of Weapon Lore. That one's an interesting one. I might try to learn that again down the road. I just remember that one being really choppy, like, there's so few animation frames in it. Always came off as kind of janky to me. Really cool art style though, and from what I understand, it's got some pretty long combos, which is cool. So I'll have to try it again. Yeah, MK Gold is MK4. Just got more characters. Maybe not more characters, but it's got some new characters. Probably new backgrounds and stuff like that. It's kind of like, you know, what Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo is to Street Fighter 2. Or what Ultimate MK3 is to MK3. It's that sort of thing. It's probably the best way to play MK4 unless you've got an original arcade board. I'm guessing anyway. MK3 Trilogy. Oh, you mean Mortal Kombat Trilogy N64? Yeah, I like the N64 version of that. I like that I don't have to really wait for it to load. And, you know, it plays pretty well on that controller since it's got a straight 6-button layout and a good D-pad. A lot of people like to give it crap because, you know, it's not as good as, like, the PlayStation version. But it still has some upsides. It's still fun. It's still a good game. You guys can really start to see, I guess, like, how much this game just drags on. I mean, we're an hour and a half into the stream and I still haven't beaten the game yet. Granted, I'd be a little bit closer if I didn't die those few times, so... Yeah, even like a flawless run I was predicting earlier would take at least 70 minutes. I think it would actually take at a minimum more than that. Because it's not like your progression is gated by how much stuff you kill. It's like, you know, you're still at the mercy of how fast the screen scrolls. I don't know, Austin, you'd have to go look it up. I would imagine MK4 cabinets aren't that expensive. Probably like, well, I mean, relative to other arcade cabinets, probably like $500 or $600 maybe. That's just a guess. They might be more than that. Mace the Dark Age, I remember that one. Yeah, MK4 is a very divisive one in the series. I never really cared for it much. Wasn't really a big fan of. I didn't like 3D Mortal Kombat till Deadly Alliance, and I did play Mortal Kombat 4. I had it on Dreamcast, and I did play it quite a bit. It's one of those games I didn't really care for that much, but I also still forced myself to play. I actually enjoyed War Gods more. Because War Gods felt more like Mortal Kombat 3 in 3D, whereas Mortal Kombat 4 felt different. Mortal Kombat 4 was like super fast, even faster than MK3. But it also looked goofy. It looked really goofy, actually. War Gods also felt like AI didn't feel as cheap in that game either, so it was kind of more enjoyable for me from like a single player standpoint. Alright, use our reversal. There we go. I've never messed around with Mugen. Or Mugen, however you pronounce it. Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that, AJ. I like KI Gold quite a bit. It was a port of KI 2. And yeah, I think KI 1 is probably the better game overall, but KI 2 has a lot of mechanics that you just don't have in the first one. And honestly, I think it has more opportunities for mix-ups than KI 1 does. There's some good stuff in KI 2. Just because the first one might be better in your eyes doesn't mean KI 2 is a bad game. Yeah, some people gotta get that type of thinking out of their heads. It's not as good as the first one, so it sucks. It sucks. Yeah, the training mode was very helpful in KI Gold, definitely. That actually helped me learn that game back in the day. It was, honestly, I think that was one of the earlier fighting games to have a mode like that. Where, like, they literally walked you through everything. You know, you had practice modes in other fighting games, but not many full-on training modes like that. KI Gold's got a crazy amount of unlockables too, if that's your sort of thing. Lots of replay value from just a single player standpoint. Okay, this is bad. I'll have to try Art of Fighting. I've never messed around with it. For me, as far as single-player fighting games are concerned, I've always loved the Street Fighter series, because on the default levels, they're pretty fair overall. You know, the AI is not too cheap on the default difficulty settings. And if you do want to crank it up a little bit, you've got like, you typically have about 8 different difficulty options in Street Fighter. Yeah, so like, the Street Fighter 2 games, along with the Street Fighter Alpha series, they're go-tos for me when it comes to single-player fighting games. I'll usually leave them on the default settings, and I'll typically get a 1 credit clear or close to it. Art of Fighting 3 is a fun juggle system. Nice. Guys. Yeah, I never actually messed around with guys. Or Air Guys. We're getting closer to the end of the game, guys, thankfully, and then we can play something else. And this will be officially the last time I play this game in a long, long time. Yeah, I never thought I could do a Let's Play of this one because I'm too inconsistent at it, and I don't see myself getting that much better. But it's good to knock it out in the live stream, because people do watch these shmup streams. They do come back later on. They watch them. Some people watch them again. So, yeah, it's good to knock it out. I'm just glad to be able to say I've finally beaten this game. Because it's one I've been wanting to finish for a long time. And I gave up about 5 years ago because these last couple levels are just brutal. And the game is just draining. It's so long. Like, my thumb is actually starting to hurt right now. Both thumbs, actually. No one talks about Vampire Savior. I will be honest, the Darkstalkers games always felt a little weird to me. So, you know, I've tried to get into all of them, all 3 of them. But, maybe I'll try again in the future. Yeah, no, I get that, AJ. No, that's perfectly fair. Like, I like both of them. It's just that when I see that attitude, it's like, it's not as good as the first one, so it's terrible. Like, I'm like, what are you on about? But yeah, no, I mean, a lot of people are like that. They prefer the first one. And I get why they prefer the first one. I mean, I think even the first one, it looks cleaner overall, even though it's, you know, a lot of the backgrounds don't have as much detail in them. It still looks cleaner, and I think that holds up better, especially if you're playing the arcade one on an original arcade CRT. Ooh, 144 hertz monitor, hell yeah, very nice. Yeah, Serpent Sword, Excise is actually on the Famicom. I thought about firing that up later, but I've heard it's really janky on Famicom. Yeah, the new KI is pretty great, too. I don't know if I like it more than the old ones, because it does have kind of this weird, like, movement style. Like, how your characters just kind of jump across the screen. Like, the game is definitely paced the fastest out of all the KIs. But they did an awesome job with it, either way. I think it's an awesome game. But yeah, I actually bought an Xbox One in the first month it was out for KI. And so I played it for a couple months and really enjoyed it. But then I just kind of never played it again. That's not true. I did go back to it a couple times over the years. Even more so, like, sometime this past year, I played it again for a little bit. But, hey, Uber Disco. Well, the PSP version is also the arcade version, Serpent Sword. Not the NES version, or Famicom version. Why do you suck, Uber Disco? Why are you berating yourself, my friend? Oh no, I did not want that. Damn shotgun. Actually did not want to use that either, but whatever. This is one of the levels where, like, there's not a power-up at the end. Yeah. So normally this little ship right here on the water would house a power-up, but it doesn't. Oh, come on. Alright, we might end up dying again. I messed up that power-up pickup. So I barely got any health back from it, and I got no ammo back. There we go. Huh. Close. Close. Quake 2 RTX? What about Quake 2 RTX? Have I played Darius Gaiden on the Saturn? I have, yeah. Yeah, the slowdown is actually quite helpful in these last few bosses. Mission 22, only 2 levels to go. What happened about the 2013 KI? Yeah, there's actually another really good Killer Instinct retrospective I watched earlier this year. It's like an hour to an hour and a half long, and I highly, highly recommend checking it out. I forgot who made it, but the dude ended up interviewing a bunch of people in the fighting game community. And basically, like, talked to, you know, demonstrated how well respected the KI series is. A lot of us grew up with that game. You know, it came out. It was, you know, it was during that era of like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2 and stuff like that, and it was one of the big dogs, you know. But unlike those other series, it didn't continue. It didn't continue on for a long time. Go ahead and get a weapon pickup. So I got the Yasichi. We're almost there, guys. Then we can switch games. I think this might actually be the boss where you have to fight 3 planes back to back. So basically all the boss planes from earlier, we have to fight them again. Yep, this is it. Fight on the Killer Instinct story documentary? It might be? I don't remember the actual name of the documentary. I'd have to look it up and tell you if it's the one. I would know it just by watching it again. But yeah, guys like Maximilian were also in that documentary, and they just, you know, talked about their experiences with the games over the years, especially back in the 90s when they were in arcades. Alright, I think that's it. You tried Cyberpunk? You don't know. So far, not impressed. Yeah, Yeah, I haven't played it. I decided I'm probably not going to play it. I don't do many open world games. They're just major time sinks, and I've heard Cyberpunk in particular is quite glitchy at the moment. If I do ever play it, I'll probably just get it on sale. I don't think I need to drop 60 bucks on it, because I'm probably not going to put that much time into it. I have so many other modern games. If I'm going to play any modern games, I still have so many others that I need to put time into. Like, I bought the Doom Eternal DLC back in October, and I still haven't played it yet. Which is actually weird for me, because I bought and beat Doom Eternal on day one, pretty much. I think I technically beat the game, like, the day after, but it was... it was... Yeah, it wasn't long after. And then I beat the game several more times. I'm just gonna focus here. This level gets pretty shiesty. This is our last upgrade here. If you don't have any upgrades, or if you have slots left, then you pretty much finish them up here. KI was definitely your childhood fighting game for sure, yeah. It was one of mine. I mean, for me, it was Street Fighter 2, it was all the Mortal Kombats, it was Primal Rage, it was Killer Instinct. And then, eventually, a little bit of Virtua Fighter. I think around 95, 96, I got into Virtua Fighter. Yeah, I would... Virtua Fighter aside, those ones I named, those are all my childhood fighting games. I played them a lot, even on console. You know, I had all the versions available, and, you know, I did get to play them on arcades. Though I think I was, like, actually one of the only kids in the area that really liked Primal Rage. After its initial hype, you know, dwindled. It was a really popular game for a little while, and then it just kind of, you know, fell off. But I think I'm one of the only kids that would still go to the arcade and play it religiously. Yeah, we're on the last boss now, Dasan. You're popping in right at the very end. Actually, this might not be... This should be it. Yeah, no, this is the last level, yeah. We basically have to go through a ton of bosses like this with dwindling ammo. Dwindling ammo and dwindling health. You know, I guess one strategy would be to switch to a more powerful weapon, but I still prefer having the spread shot. You know, it helps fend off enemies coming in from the sides, which is very common. Yeah, Primal Rage was very unique with its input style. A later ROM revision changed it to where you could do like quarter circle forward motions and then press the button. Or do the motion, then press the button. But I always preferred the original style where you had to hold down the button, then do the motions. What I really liked about the game was, for one, its animation was fantastic, and it still looks really good today, honestly. The arcade version, anyway. I don't think any console or home version really did it complete justice. You really had to play it on, you know, the original arcade version on an arcade monitor. But then the combo system, you know, had a very flexible combo system, so tons of different strings that you could do. And, you know, if you watch a combo exhibition video for the game, it's pretty impressive. Whereas a lot of other fighting games at the time, the Mortal Kombats in particular, you know, they were much more rigid with the types of combos and strings that you could do. But Primal Rage was very flexible, and you could do long combos, and yeah. It was actually a really solid game, but, you know, it was one of those games that a lot of people, you know, didn't really understand the mechanics, and so, you know, they never really got too deep into it, unfortunately. Hey. Yeah, one of the unfortunate things about this game is your health is always ticking down, so even if you play well, you're still screwed in the end. The end being the final level here. That out of ammo now. This might be the last form. Nope. It's the lead up to the last form. Have to do the whole level over again. So much progress just lost. Yeah, and it's like you really can't do anything about the weapon energy deficit or your health deficit. It's like you always get to the end there with pretty much no health. Hey, JD, what's going on? Good to see ya. No difficulty options. Nope. Well, let's hope we can do this again. Well, hopefully we can actually get it this time, I mean. I mean, you guys can see, this is why I don't want to do a Let's Play of this game. We're almost 2 hours in, I still haven't beaten the game. Granted, I did talk for 10 minutes before I started actually playing, so... yeah, about an hour and 40 minutes, I guess. Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous playthrough, and this is like when you're familiar with the game, I wouldn't say I'm great at the game, but I definitely at least know what I'm doing now. And so, like, trying to beat the game for the first time and not knowing what you're doing, oh, it's so frustrating. One of the most frustrating things I've done in gaming lately. Pin mic, I'm not sure. From what I understand, they have the same amount of levels. Now, it's entirely possible the arcade's levels go by faster, but I don't remember. But the level count is the same, at least, as far as I'm aware. I am gonna fire up the arcade version soon. I know it's even harder, but I'm gonna try it again, see for myself. Oh god, on live. Yeah, I bought that paperweight. Not realizing it didn't have Wi-Fi built in. You had to use Ethernet, and that wasn't the possibility for me at the time. So I ended up just using their PC service, which was not great on my internet at the time. Probably would have been better if my internet was better, but my internet was not very good. Trying to save my reversals. This is so awful, man. Ah. Hey, games made of cardboard. Man, I gotta use the bathroom right now. So I don't want to pause the game. It's like we gotta go through the whole level again. I think what I might do next time is actually try to switch weapons at the end. Although I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Crap, I missed that power up. Well, it depends on how much delay there was, Simon. I mean, ideally you want as little input lag as possible for a shoot 'em up, but I mean, even with some input lag, these are still playable. I wanted to look at chat, but I can't. Oh, took a hit. That was like 20 damage I just lost. Hey, society. Looking forward to switching games, honestly. I've had enough of this game for the week. Honestly, probably for the rest of my life. What's also pissing me off right now is right outside my window is these AC units that are just going and going and going, and I can hear them grinding away. I wish I had some kind of rifle just to, like, fucking sit out the window and shoot them and make them shut up. It's one of the things I didn't take into consideration when I moved all my equipment back into this old room. So basically, I switched game rooms over the last few weeks. So basically, I'm back in the bigger room with all my game stuff, which is nice, and I turned the smaller room into my bedroom. Right outside the window next to me is just these units. Everyone's got their heat cranking. So it's just... Oh, it's so irritating right now. Especially as this game starts to annoy me more. Like, I start noticing things like that. It's hot in Florida? Man, I wish it was hot here. It's cold here. We actually got some snow today. First time we've had snow this year. Or I should say this winter, at least. Shit, I don't even remember if it snowed at all earlier this year. We haven't been getting a lot of snow in Virginia these last several years. Stexor, yeah, I'd say this is one of the hardest shooters in the system, definitely. At least comparing it to other shooters on default difficulties. This does not have difficulty settings. I mean, there's some other shooters that are pretty tough, but they're more memorizers than they are games that are, like, legitimately challenging when you know what to do. This is, like, even if you know what to do, like, it's still a really hard game. Because you still have to think on your feet. I mean, the arcade game in 1943 was notoriously difficult, like, just on its own. I gotta stay off the bottom of that screen. Oh my god, I looked at chat! Why did I fucking look at chat? Alright, I gotta go use the bathroom, guys. This is gonna annoy me if I keep holding it in. I'll be right back. I used to do that pancreatitis, but then I got a good cooler and a good case with good airflow, so I don't have to do that anymore. It's nice. My temps always stay pretty low. All right, I'll be right back. Of course you can't hear it. I had the mic muted. But yeah, I just opened up the window to see if you guys can hear it. I don't even know if you could hear it. It just grinded to a halt, too. I wonder if that's my AC unit, like, actually controlling mine. I just turned my air conditioning off just in case. Which means it's gonna get really freaking cold in here. I mean, it's below freezing right now. It's gonna get really cold in here real fast. I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna do I'll probably try this one more time. If I die again, I don't think I'm gonna bother, because I don't think anyone wants to see me play the same level over and over for an hour. The ending's not that great either, you know? I mean, it's not as bad as 1942, where it's, oh, congratulations, the end. And then it takes you right back to the title screen. But it's still not amazing either for all the work you have to put into this. Oh, you guys could hear it? Nice. Oh, yeah, you guys are talking about the FPGA consoles. Yeah, I'm using the AVS console. It's my go-to. I thought that was a parasite gnawing at my brainstem. if I remember correctly, I think my Gradius II would freeze on me, or it would like crash or lock up. I might try it later this stream because I've never actually played it on my YouTube channel. But it is one of those games where like you got to be fully powered up. You got to be fully powered up, otherwise like the game is impossible. Yeah, Dad, I had actually thought about feeding Patchouli, but I realized it wasn't even quite 6 o'clock yet, so I'm gonna wait another hour, then I'll feed her. Yeah, I usually feed her around 7 a.m. and then 7 at night. All right, later, Kevin. Take it easy, dude. It's still early. Yeah, Tekken 3 was when the series like really got, you know, polished. Tekken 1 and Tekken 2, they feel a little more janky. And then Tekken Tag was kind of where they perfected the format. Tekken 4, they tried some new things, and I liked it. Tekken 5, I think they brought it back to feeling a little more like Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag, which I think was for the better. Tekken 6, I didn't put really much time into. Same with Tekken 7 or Tag 2. Hey, CM Retro. We're on the final level of 1943 for anyone that's just joining us. And this will probably be my last attempt at it, and then we'll switch games. I wanted to try to beat the game on stream, but I've already died here like 3 times, I think. Alright, and I'm definitely not looking at chat once I get to the last part of this level, because that's actually what killed me last time. I looked down at chat, and I ran into an enemy. It's really hard playing shooters and chatting at the same time. Oh, I do not want to switch that. Oh well, power up wasted. Took another hit. It's okay, there's a Yasichi coming up right here. It's all my health back. The AVS cart slot? No, I don't really feel like you're gonna break it. It's just, it's got a death grip on carts. So you pretty much have to hold one hand on the console and then kind of yank the cart out with the other. I don't think the reliability is an issue, because if it was, we would hear about it. You know, the system's been out for 4 years now, and as far as like the durability of the cartridge slot's concerned, like I haven't heard anybody complaining about it. Like I haven't heard of people ripping pins out or anything like that. Unlike, say, the Hyperkin Retron 5, where that was an issue, and still remains an issue, I believe. But it's just that the cart slot's got a very tight grip on the cartridges. Ah, crap. But yeah, I use a flash cart in mine. I don't take the cartridges out. Except for like the rare instance where, say, I'm going to fire up Castlevania 3. I have the actual Castlevania 3 cartridge, so I just play the original cartridge. There are a couple of games where I do that, but for the most part, I just leave my flash cart in. Yeah, I actually tested running my AVS through the FrameMeister last night, because I'm trying to work out a setup to where I bypass my Elgato capture card altogether so I can start using a different capture card. But the other capture card requires DVI, not HDMI. So the FrameMeister does have a DVI output option. I mean, I could just get an HDMI to DVI converter and just still run it in HDMI mode. Which I might actually try that too, come to think of it. Well, no, see, I can't because I still want to run my old PCs into that capture card, and they require the analog signal. I don't know, but I did test my AVS through the FrameMeister, which ran into the different capture card last night with DVI, and it was kind of interesting. The picture looked about the same. Wasn't really a downgrade in quality. Alright, so I'm out of ammo. It means we're getting closer to the end. Oh, never mind. We've got this section. But yeah, I've got a lot of experimenting to do with the new, or I should say with the different capture setup. Yeah, the Elgato, I talked about it a lot recently on stream. It's proven to be really unreliable for retro streaming. Between bad drivers and just bad support in OBS. Yeah. Damn it, man, I keep making the same mistake. I have to stay off the bottom of the screen on this last part. I mean, enemies constantly come up from the bottom. Alright, I think I have 2 reversals left. As far as I'm aware, there's no weapon power up here at the very end or anything like that. Oh, by the way, I think you have to get 100% on this boss, too. We did it, guys. Ugh. Ugh. Fuck this game. After I beat this game for the first time, I made a Twitter and Facebook post saying just that. I said, fuck this game. I posted the screenshot at the end. And I mean it. This is one of those NES games where I mean it. It's just, this game is too much, man. It's too much. It took us over 2 hours to get through. It's pathetic. Thanks for the GGs, guys. Oh, man. I'm actually really curious to try the arcade version again now, which I'm going to do soon. I've got the Capcom arcade cabinet on Xbox 360, so I'm going to fire that up soon. We're going to actually do a Capcom arcade cabinet stream in the near future. But I'd like to play it on my own before then, before I do that stream. Is it a button masher as well? I don't really know what kind of question that is, Stexor. Do you have eyeballs, Stexor? Were you actually watching me play the game? It's a mix of both. Yeah, and look at that. It just takes you right back to the title. It didn't even let me sit there and, like, just indulge in my victory. It says, no, oh, you spend over 2 hours playing this game? Sorry. You don't get to keep your ending. We're gonna take that right away from you. Hey, Dad, thank you for that $5. You don't know, you can't tell. Stacksaur, Stacksaur, Stacksaur. So if you want the real non-smart-assy answer, it depends on what weapon you're using. Yes, you do have a charged laser, which is pretty powerful, but you can't really rely on it 100%. And some weapons have semi-auto fire, others you have to mash the button. So your main firepower, yes, you do have to mash the button. So yes, it is a button masher. And even with the weapons that are semi-auto fire, they only shoot out like, 2 or 3 shots at a time, so you still have to keep pressing the button. So you technically still have to button mash. So hey, Deadly Gaming, what's going on, man? Velcro Zippers, how are you doing? Good to see you. Finally out of work. Nice. Oh man, alright, let me go back and scroll up through chat here. Oh. This is one long stage. It is one long stage. Yeah, it's honestly too long for its own good. Hey, Ghost of Shinobi, you're in Sweden. I didn't know you were in Sweden, man. For some reason I thought you were in North America. So. Yeah. So Uber Disco. If you haven't seen it, let me actually power off here. So the AVS, it also has a Famicom cartridge slot. So NES carts lay down like this. That's what Dasan was talking about. But it also has a Famicom cartridge slot right here. So with the Famicom carts, the door will sit kind of like this. So it doesn't actually close all the way. But yeah, NES carts do sit face down. And again, I'm using the power pack. Just want to make sure everything's in there. Power on. Playing Amiga games on your Mr. Gary, I take it? Oh, man. All right. Let's play something that doesn't suck. I mean, that is not as long. That's what I meant to say. Let's think. What do I want to play? Yeah, we can try Gradius II. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I remember a long time ago this game used to freeze on this flash card, but I've since updated my ROM set, and I've also gotten the power mappers, which might help it. But there's the possibility this might end up crashing still, but we'll give it a shot anyway. I know a lot of people like this one. It's okay. I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be. It's very, very stripped down from the arcade one, and performs a lot worse than Life Force does. There's a lot of slowdown in this one. But yeah, we'll try it. It's like a puzzle shooter. Yeah, we actually played that a couple weeks ago on my NES variety stream. Have I beaten all the shmups on NES? No. Hey, Jason, you love your AVS. Simple and it works well. Hell yeah. Love seeing the AVS fans out there. It's a great little console. Highly recommend it if people are looking for just like a dedicated NES replacement for HD TVs. You did the latest EverDrive update and all the Famicom Disk System games now work. Very nice. Yeah, on the Power Pack to do Famicom Disk System, you had to download some other mappers. It was kind of like a custom deal, but that's how I got my Famicom Disk System stuff working. Yeah, S.C.A.T is actually one of those I have not beaten yet. I have played it, though. But you only wish it was possible to play Zapper games on it. I thought you could play Zapper games if you get that crappy Hyperkin light gun. Yes, Dad, I did a PS2 shmup stream, and I played, I think, every PS2 game, every PS2 shmup released in North America, and then a few Japanese ones. Where can you find an AVS? You go to Retro USB's website. I think it's retrousb.com. Let's see. Yep. And then the AVS is your top option. And they're actually in stock. Yeah, it's about $200 after shipping for people in North America anyway. For people overseas, I think it's probably different. All right. Hit start. So I think I went with double. I went with just the traditional setup here. But yeah, if I remember correctly, you pretty much have to get like fully upgraded. Otherwise, level 2 and on is just like ridiculously difficult. But it's one of those games where like, you know, when you do get fully powered up, it's kind of easy. But we'll see what happens. I haven't played this in years. Alright, so if you've never played a Gradius game before, certain enemy chains will drop power-up canisters, these guys right here. And, you know, so you can actually upgrade your arsenal, which is indicated on the bottom bar. So generally what I want to go for is options. They make these little pods appear behind me, which increase my firepower. Also, orange enemies will drop power-up canisters as well. I don't remember if the laser is like overpowered in this version like it is in Life Force. But I'm gonna go with the options first. And this is kind of a reason why like this game starts to get really slow and whatnot. Like it actually lets you go up to 3 or 4 options, whereas Life Force you can only do 2 options. And it just causes major flicker and major slowdown. Let's go with the laser. I'm not gonna go for... Oh, for fuck's sake! I forgot these things were in here. All right, we're just restarting. It is a good-looking game, Dad, but it comes with major major downsides, unfortunately. So. Yeah, if you die in that fire part, which I completely forgot about, like, there's no point in continuing. You just want to just reset the game. There's literally no point in continuing. You're only on the first level. It's not like you have to redo a whole lot. Uh-oh, that was close. Yeah, it seems like the laser's still pretty powerful. I should probably go for the force field as well. Play it safe. Alright, I'm just gonna go with the force field if I can. Oh, come on! God damn it, man. Fucking hate this first level. It does, Society, yeah. God damn it, man. It's bullshit. I hate redoing this stuff over and over again. That's one of the problems with going into a game like this that I haven't played in many years. It's like, I don't know where all the fire things are, you know? And so I just get caught off guard by them. So it's more of like an annoying design choice than anything. It's not really that hard to deal with when you know, like, what's coming up, but I don't know what's coming up anymore, because I haven't played this in a long time. And it's not like I grew up with this game like I did Life Force, you know? We never got this one in North America on NES. So I only beat this game for the first time a couple of years ago. Man, that's probably like 3 years ago at this point. I remember actually buying the Famicom cartridge because my flash card had issues with it. But so far, it seems like it's been fine. Hasn't crashed. I remember the crashing issue happened well before this part, so we're probably good. I did it again. I did alright last time, and then we're switching games because I'm not putting up with this bullshit. Uber Disco, it's Gradius 3000. Blah, 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 blah. God, someone's outside banging on something too. Man, I never heard anything in my other game room since I was on the other side of the apartment. But now that I'm in, like, what it would normally be the bedroom for people, it's like I hear so much more outside my window and on the other side of the wall. It's kind of annoying. It distracts me when I'm playing. I mean, ultimately, this is a more spacious setup, you know, which is better for a stream room, but it's also more annoying in some ways. Don't die here again, you idiot. Yeah, this part goes on for way too long, man. It's like Life Force all over again. So at least in Life Force, that crap doesn't start until later on in the game. Level 3, technically. Alright, hopefully we're in the clear now. Sorry it took us 4 tries. I think we have, what, the Phoenix boss? Or the Firebird? Yeah. This guy was in the arcade game. Dark Souls. I think Dark Souls makes everybody rage at some point in time or another. Oh yeah, Flickertastic. Oh yeah, that's right. That's kind of unique to this version. If you do your options a 5th time, your options will start rotating around you. I actually prefer it to not rotate around me. You have more control when it doesn't. Another strategy is to use double, which is good for enemies above you. So I guess you can kill those things. That's good. There we go. I think I have to Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. I'm trying to figure out, like, where I'm supposed to, shoot him. God damn it, man. Like how they make me restart just right at the boss with no power-ups. Very typical of Gradius. Gradius games have always been nasty with checkpoints. Every time I see the skeleton, like, bob its jaw up and down, in my head it's going I don't know why. Yeah, so it's like the game's a breeze when you're powered up, and when you're not, it's a pain in the ass. Which is typical for Gradius games, you know, at least it's true to the series in that regard. I mean, it's pretty true to the Gradius games overall, I'd say. It's honestly a little bit better than I remember, but maybe it's because I'm actually having to struggle. That was my fault. The air conditioning unit came back on again. It's all I hear is going. This fucking thing, man. It's distracting me. I need to put like thicker drapes in here. I did that in the old game room, which helps kind of like drown out some of the sound on the outside. So that's going to be one of the things I have to do here in this room. I still have these like paper thin, like room darkening drapes. They don't block any sound. Whoa, that didn't even touch me, man. Dude, the hitboxes in this are garbage. Wonder if there's a continue option. Let's see. Okay, there is. Good. Well, that's 2 power-ups I missed. Alright, so it's confirmed that the collision detection is complete garbage in this game, because I'm getting killed by bullets that aren't actually touching me. Like, look at that, that didn't actually touch me. In any other Gradius game, that would have scraped right by me. Yeah, you know, fuck this game. I'm starting to remember why I didn't like this game very much. Bullshit hit detection is one of the biggest ways, easiest ways to piss me off. Ooh, it's not letting me... It's one of those ROMs. I have to actually fully power cycle. Yeah, I refuse to play a game with shitty hitboxes like that. It's just a waste of my time. I'd rather just play the actual arcade version of Gradius II. Yeah, you know what's funny? Life Force doesn't have that problem, though. And, oh, you know what? Life Force might have actually come after Gradius II on Famicom. Let's see. No, I think Life Force actually did come before. I mean, in the arcades, it absolutely came before Gradius II, but I thought the Famicom ports might have been reversed. Well, no, I mean, Gradius 2 came out in '88 on Famicom. I think Life Force kind of came out around the same time. I'm just kind of curious. When was Life Force ported to Famicom? Oh no, it was 87. Wow. So Life Force has better hitboxes and it came out a year earlier. That's disappointing. All right. Okay. Okay. We didn't mess around with Zanac last time, so we're going to do that. So let me load that up. Now, I haven't played a lot of Zanac before, but we did play some Gunnac the other day, which was nice. That was fun. How did they mess up the hitboxes? I have no idea. But they did. And I refused to play it. Moonlight Butterfly is a weird one. What, is someone playing Dark Souls right now? Do you need Dark Souls tips, Uber Disco? The secret is don't get hit. Well, I mean, that's typically the secret in shmups. That's generally the secret. Oh, you have infinite continues in Gradius II. Well, that's good to know. Air conditioning in December. Well, it's all electric here, Monolith. We don't have, like, gas heating or anything. So I think the same machines outside control whether you're doing, you know, cool air or heat. Dark, do you rage quit Dark Cloud? Interesting. Hold on a second, guys. I need to check my, hold on a second. I need to check something real quick. Yeah, I just checked. My AC's still not on. Hey, Signal, what's going on? Yeah, and on PC Engine CD, Gradius II is great. Yeah, very good version of the game. Dude, there's so much chat in here, I'm not even following anything. Someone had mentioned to, Uber Disco the Moonlight Butterfly, but I don't see where that conversation came from. Over Horizon didn't come out here. Yeah, no, it didn't, but we could play that. Actually, I forgot about that game. It's not a bad recommendation. Oh, raging at games. Did you rage the Moonlight Butterfly? Alright, so I really have no idea what I'm doing in this game, but, you know, this is a lot like an Alesta game. It's made by the same people. Oh, that's right. I have to hold down button number 2 for my secondary weapon. Oops, okay, don't run into the boxes. Apparently, okay, don't run in... Just resets. Alright, number 4 seems okay. Number 2 is not okay. Have no idea what the yellow balls do. I guess I'll figure it out. Number 6. I have no idea what number 6 did. Yeah, this is a lot like the first Alesta. I heard this game has some kind of weird mechanic where, like, later on in the game, if you die, you end up getting sent back a couple levels or something like that. I'm not sure how that works. If any of you guys know what's up with that, feel free to share it in chat. Number 3, number 1. That's number 2. I don't like number 2. Well, it sort of acts like a barrier in a way when it's large. Alright, so the boxes are actually kind of important, it looks like, since they have some power-ups in them. These are some sound effects like in Godzilla. Ah, shit. I just died. I don't know what that little droid guy does. He kind of like comes down. I don't know if he's supposed to drop something or what. Just kind of flies off the screen. Ah, I keep missing weapon power-ups. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, very busy for an NES shooter. Can't even see what those numbers are. They're layered on top of each other. And number 4 doesn't last very long. Oh, no, I see what's going on. Huh. Is that not ammo? I guess it just kind of stays out, then when it goes down to 0, it goes away, but then you can just bring it right back out. I think that's how it's working. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, this seems moderately powerful too. Ah, died. Damn it, man. Did I play Dino Riki yet? No, but I'm not going to, because I played it a couple weeks ago. Remaster of what? I mean, Dark Souls 1 has the easiest pairing of the actual Dark Souls series, but I think Demon Souls overall has easier pairing. If you guys are talking the Dark Souls on Switch, that's only 30 frames a second. It's not 60. The other remastered versions are 60. Unless they patched the Switch version since it came out, but I'm pretty sure it was just 30. But yeah, parrying is pretty easy in part 1. I definitely recommend getting used to it. That's like a screen clearing bomb, I guess. Oh, number 7, that looks nice. I actually have some control now. It just blew up a face in the ground. I don't know what it did. I have not played Star Force yet. No, not tonight. I might play it later. 4 was pretty good, but I like 7. Oh, why did I do that? Do I seriously still have 8 lives left? Man. Number 5. This one's a little weird. Throw it all the way up the screen, then it comes right back. Looks like it's powerful at least. Uh-oh. Ooh, it's got 2 of them now. Guardian Legend, was that made by Compile? If it is, then yes, it is the same developer. If not, then no, it's not. I don't remember who made Guardian Legend, actually. I think it was one of those games that was published by Broderbund in the United States. Let's go ahead and grab that. Huh, that was weird. This actually blocks projectiles. It is actually pretty good. Compile did make it. Okay, interesting. Did not know that. Ah. That sucked. Oops. Took my hand off the controller. Some really annoying enemies in this game. I've got no screen clearing bombs or anything like that. I just tried pressing select and start. It doesn't do anything. Oh, come on. Number 4 just went off the screen. BS. Hey, Adam! Blade Buster. I have no idea what Blade Buster is. So your answer would be no. Wow. It's like, wow, you suck! So we're just gonna keep progressing. The boss timed out, basically. Extra life. This game is only slightly a pain in the ass. Jeez. It's one thing I don't like about compile shooters, is like they always make you feel super underpowered. Not a big fan of their games. There's a couple I really like, but for the most part I don't like them very much. I find most of them overrated. It's like, yay, look at me, I can barely make a dent in this. That's so much fun. It feels so good. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I keep missing my weapon power-ups just because they keep appearing at, well, not very convenient places. God damn it, that was my fault. There was a number 7, that would have been great to have. Yep, game over. You just didn't think it was all that good. Oh, you're talking about Last of Us 2? Nah. Let's try it again. With nothing. I never really cared for most of the weapons in compile shooters as well. At least like the ones based off the Alesta franchise. Especially the early ones like this. Oh, I didn't even see those missiles. God damn it. Alright, just kill me again. The bubble shield? Yeah, I don't know about that. I'd rather have an actual, like, offensive weapon. You know, that actually shoots out. Oh, why did I do that? That was my fault. Gonna try it again. It's harder to have an open mind about this one after you've played Zanac. So look at how ridiculously underpowered I am. Oh, great! They shoot in the opposite direction, too. These enemies are bullshit. And I'm dead. God, man. Well, I mean, at least the game's a challenge. I will give it that. I don't know if I can give it much else, but it is a challenge. Come on, dude. These enemies are just so fucking annoying. Like, it's not even fun, you know? They're just, yeah, look at me, I bounced around at a fucking 45-degree angle, yeah, and I just hover at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I'm an enemy in Zanac. Yeah. Now, these early compile shooters are just really poorly designed, in my opinion. It's just a bunch of random-ass enemies thrown all over the place with, like, no consideration to where, like, where they were placed. I mean, Zanac is like a perfect example of that. Yeah, some people really like it. I've got some YouTube friends in particular that really love this game. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Great, dead again. I knew that was gonna happen, because those fucking spheres just chased me down. Hey, Jadil. The best offense is a good defense. I'd love to try it again if I could just get the fucking weapon. I guess I can't get anything. I'm just stuck with my rinky-dink, like, pea shooter here. It's like... they didn't even think about, like, players recovering. Let's just not give them any power-ups at all at the start of this level. Wonder how long that'll stay on the screen. Not very long, it looks like. I see it inching its way up. Man, I was supposed to have fun on this stream, man. I haven't had fun with any of these games I've been playing. That's what I get for starting off in 1943. Ah, come on. Wow, the boss timed out. I can't even beat the boss normally. That's just pathetic. Alright, I'm done with this game. I don't know, I'll come back to it some other time, but I'm not having a good time with it. It's more frustrating than anything. I just need to take my mind off shitty shooters, so I'm going to play something I want to play, even though I've already played it 1,000 times. And I told you I say I wouldn't play it again anytime soon, but I'm going to play it again because I want to hear the fucking kicking music and just play something I know I'm not going to die at very much. I need an F-bomb counter. Yeah, I played Abadox on Saturday, Monolith. Yes, it is fun, though. I'm not playing Dragon Spirit, because I might get copyright claimed. It's a Namco game. I don't trust it. Doom Zero, yeah. Someone had mentioned that in my Discord a couple days ago. I actually should take a break and feed my cat, actually. And then grab a snack myself. It's been a few hours. Actually, it's been about 4 hours since I ate. 4.5. Actually, yeah, about 4.5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna do that because I do need to feed my cat, and then we'll come back. We'll play some Silver Surfer, and yeah, don't go anywhere. Give me about I don't know, 5-ish minutes. Not just feeding the cat, but making myself dinner. So I'm just going to chill and chat here for about 5 minutes. I'm going to eat my dinner. I'm going to mute the mic whenever I'm eating. But if you guys have any questions, I'll just respond. We'll just do some chatting. Yes, I was making my own dinner, and I fed the cat. You can only hope to contain him. JD, it's just chicken fajitas with some chicken, spinach, cheese, and tomatoes. Although I just learned not to buy the canned tomatoes because I don't think they taste very good. Always buy fresh tomatoes and just chop them up. Freddy asks, Silver Surfer, isn't that like one of the hardest NES games? It's a tough game to learn, but once you get it down, it's not too bad. It's not like 1943 where you've still got to be on your A game when you play. And even then, you still might not make it. Well, if you're hungry, Simon, maybe that just means you need to eat. So maybe you should eat. No, that sucks, JD. That's no good. Yeah, Spike Paws, no, you're definitely right. He's, you know, he influences a lot of dumb people. You know, it is what it is. It's not like it's new. It's not like it's a new phenomenon, but because a lot of people watch that show, they take it as truth. You know, because they don't know any better, and they don't want to know any better. I don't know. I was kind of harsh on Zanac. It's just, the thing with me is when I start to get salty, I just, my opinions on a game just go, like, they take a complete nosedive. Even if the game probably is fine, my enjoyment just gets shot right out the window. Signal, I mean, it's really up to the person. I mean, most of this stuff can be repaired. It's just, do you want to pay the money or learn how to do it? You know. Most of the things that break, you know, in a couple of decades, like capacitors, those are replaceable. A lot of the other smaller components, you know, they've been shown to last a really, really long time. They'll probably outlast, you know, most of us. So, I mean, I don't think it's a huge issue. But, yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, for a lot of consoles, you will have to get the capacitors fixed, or replaced, I mean. But, other chips and, smaller things like resistors and whatnot, they don't usually, you know, they don't usually go bad. So I don't think people have to worry too much about the longevity. Now, there are some more unique consoles, like I talked about it, I think, on Saturday. Like the FM Towns Marty. There is no replacement for its CD laser. Like, there's literally no replacement for it. So when it goes, your system's done. Fortunately, the GDMU guy did make a replacement drive for it that takes an SD card. But you're never going to be able to put CDs in it again. Unless you take another system, got its drive. Which, that's another topic altogether. But, yeah, I don't think you have to worry about it too much. And, you know, if you do have something that does die, there are alternatives. Like, I've got the AVS right here. If my NES croaks, then... I mean, I can send it out and have it repaired, but I've also got this, which is how we're playing our NES games. And then I've got the Mister, which is a similar thing, uses FPGA hardware to replicate the hardware, the NES hardware. You know, I think if a lot of people were playing with that, they would find just as much enjoyment as if they were playing, you know, with an original cartridge on a TV. And especially if they're already doing upscaling and playing on modern TVs. But, yeah. Well, I mean, for like, okay, so for CD signal, yeah, I mean, there's always that possibility, but I guess there is a functional aspect when it comes to, you know, game prices. Like, a working game complete in box is probably going to sell for more than a non-working game. But I think all that's going to happen is the collecting market is going to change, and more games are going to stop functioning, and then more people than not will have non-functioning copies of the games, and I think the collecting market will just go in a different direction. It'll just be more about having the physical material, whether it actually works or not. I mean, I think that's just going to be the... You know, that's going to be the reality eventually. Will it happen in our lifetime? That's the question. It might be a slow thing, but CDs in particular will degrade. It's pretty much guaranteed. No, Leo, I'm just, I'm eating well, not a sandwich, I'm eating a burrito. I'm hungry. I just fed the kitty. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep going for a while. I was hungry. Pancreatitis, I mean, it's a good accomplishment, but Haunted Castle is one of those games where, like, when you know exactly what to do, then you can pretty much once you see it regularly. So, learning it is tricky. So, but yeah, I've actually meant to do that on stream a couple years ago when I had my PS4 with the arcade archives. But I still have the game with the arcade collection, at least, on PC, so I'll try to get back to that. It's just like, for the Castlevania games, I like to do them during October. But with my new Let's Play format, I probably won't be able to crank out videos during October like I used to. The irate gamer. Well, there were a bunch of guys that copied him, but he was one of the more successful ones. He still posts content. Yeah. I actually checked just recently out of curiosity. I do pop in and watch, you know, James's latest AVGN episodes once in a while, once in a blue moon. But the whole angry thing, I don't, you know, I kind of stopped following for the most part a long time ago. Yeah, no problem, Signal. Well, I mean, Stex are just like streaming and playing games for the first time. You know, having to respond to chat and keep tabs on chat will make your performance suffer. I mean, just look at me with like 1943 earlier, or even Zanac. You know, but it comes with the territory. All right, let me finish this so we can keep playing. Patchouli! 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 Hey, Patchouli! There she is! Works every time. I don't think she knows she's been fed. Because after I feed her, normally she'll follow me into the bedroom. Or not the bed. Well, yeah, I guess it's the bedroom technically now. Where I keep her food. And she'll be there chomping on it for like 5 minutes straight. But when I went back out to the living room, she was still there. So my parents came over last night for dinner. She was just like running back and forth the whole time they were here. Flopping around, meowing, being like, pet me, pet me, pet me. So she got a lot of attention last night. Alright, you look pretty. I'm gonna grab a drink. Oh yeah, no, I totally stand by that, Stexor. I'm always a fan of trying to play something yourself, check it out for yourself, instead of just going off other people's opinions. I mean, it's okay to be like, you know what, I'm not a big fan of open world games. You know, Cyberpunk came out. You know what? I don't know, I might like it, but I think it's safe to avoid it. I'll be fine without it. You know, I can live without it. But I'm also not sitting here bashing away on the internet saying it's a shitty game when I haven't actually played it. So... But sometimes it's okay to take people's feedback and just be like, you know what, I won't try it. But I won't also trash it either. But if there are games and genres I do like platformers, you know, I prefer to give it a try myself. Although there are some types of mechanics that I'm not a huge fan of in various genres, and I might avoid a game based on like certain mechanics. Might still be a good game, but I also know what I like and what I typically don't like. But no, I don't know. It's still good to try new things. You might end up enjoying something that you would normally think you wouldn't like. And you won't know until you experiment. It's actually one reason on forums a common thing pops up. People ask for recommendations for systems. I mean, games on specific consoles. Like, give me good Dreamcast games. Or like... A better example is like, give me good Sega Genesis games or good Super Nintendo games. And I'm just like, I think to myself, like, you know, if you're just going to fire up an emulator or something, then just fire up a random ROM and try it. You know, that's part of the fun in diving into these libraries, is just discovering stuff on your own. Not having everyone else on the internet tell you what you should play. I mean, because that's how we did it back in the day. You know, we had conversations about games, but it was like, in the early days of emulation, just the fact that you could have all those games on your computer was amazing. And we would just, like, fire up all sorts of ROMs all the time, discovering new games. Some would click, some wouldn't. You know, some were great, some were not so great. But that was part of the fun, is discovering it yourself. You know, you go through your own personal journey with, you know, learning about these libraries. And I seem to not see as much of that these days. People are always just like, you know, you tell me what's good, then I'll look into it. It's like, why don't you just dive into it yourself? It's not that hard. It's fun. You know, Patchouli, you weren't supposed to sit down like that, because I need to sit down too. You are gonna have to get up. My back hurts today. Hey, Andy. Hey, Game Eagle. Alright, guys. I'll see you maybe Saturday. Here you go, Patchouli. Alright. Peace. I'm sorry. Alright, alright, let's get up, Patchouli. Good girl. Good girl. No, you're not supposed to flop around. No. I'm trying to get her out of the room, and she jumps down and just goes, Alright, Patchouli. Alright, come on, girl. Come on. Move. Move, Patchouli. Good girl. Good girl, Patchouli. Oh, man, she's a goofball. Yeah, I do have to boot her out of the room, though, which I did. Otherwise, she'll just keep nagging me. But it's great to have her in here and get her on stream, because you guys like her, and she enjoys the attention. Atari Age has changed things up with their forum. What did they change, Leo? It still looks the same to me. Yeah, Leo, it's still the same to me. Tell me what's different for you. I'm curious. Okay, this game's crop looks like it's completely different too, so I should probably fix that. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah. I do see what you're talking about. Well, I mean, it's not really that much different, though. You can just click on Modern Console Discussion to go to your main Modern Console Discussion area. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I think you'll get used to it. I think functionally it's actually not that much different. Oh wow, they actually made a separate forum for the Atari VCS 800. Yeah, it's not that bad. We'll get used to it. Leo and I, like, we live on Atari Age. I don't post as much as I used to, but I do check it a couple times a week. Change is hard. Gimminy Meow Show. Alright, later pancreatitis. Take care, man. Yeah, Adrian, I kind of know what you're talking about. Yeah, it kind of comes off as juvenile. I've definitely noticed that as well. Okay. Where's my controller? Oh, that is true, Stexer. I do see a lot of people say, hey, what games are good on blah 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 system? And it's like, I don't know. What are your tastes? You know? Okay. Alright, let's play some Silver Surfer. We'll go here first. Well, yeah, Silver Surfer is definitely a tough game to learn, but it's not all that bad when you know what to do. So one important thing to know is that you have a bomb, you hit select to use it. And I had a feeling that was going to happen. Let me reset. I don't remember where my first orb is, or my first option. Yeah, I don't think you ever post there, Vampire. But it's definitely a memorizer. It has more in common with games like R-Type than it does, you know, your average shooter. Well, there we go. It's also kind of about playing smart, too. Alright, no power-ups. I think this is a power-up. No, that's not a power-up. That one is. I apparently don't have this game memorized anymore. And actually, I should have got that item on the other side of my surfboard. I guess I can call it a surfboard. Normally, I'd call it like a plane or a ship. But it is actually a surfboard. These Fs give you firepower increases. So I'm actually maxed out on firepower right now. You'll notice that my shots have turned sort of reddish. They're much more powerful. A lot of people complain that this is too hard on your thumbs, but really all you have to do is just tap lightly like this. This is about as fast as you can fire. You can't really fire much faster. And there you go. What games are good in the Mega Duck? I don't know. Is the Mega Duck actually a thing? Most will start off on that? I don't know. I feel like it's an easy stage to start with. I mean, that's kind of why I start on it. It's one of the easier first levels in the game. For me, anyway. So now one of the things about this game is that the collision detection is actually pretty accurate. It's like the second your head touches like the pixel of a wall, you're pretty much dead. So you do have to make sure you do not touch the walls at all. There's not really any leeway. But it's not like the wall's collision detection is large or anything. It's just very accurate. It's just like the pixels you see. If those pixels collide, then you die. Some shooters will have some leeway where you can sort of like bump into the wall just a little bit. Like a few pixels and you still won't die. Oh, that's right. We need to play Sky Shark. This music actually reminded me of that. You want a NES game with really bad collision detection? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna probably play that after this. And so what I do is I just constantly tap the fire button. That way I'm hitting enemies as they come in. I'm not mashing it really fast. I'm not wrecking my thumb. I'm just tapping it lightly. And it's very easy to do this when you're fully powered up. That's an extra life. I have no bombs. Because I wasted them all in the first level. You know, what some people also have to know about this game is that recovering can be really hard. As in, if you die and you have to go back to a checkpoint, it can be hard to, you know, start over again with no power-ups. But use the bombs that they give you. You get one free bomb for every death. So, it's kind of all about using that bomb to survive a little bit longer so you can get some power-ups. And once you get a couple power-ups, you're usually fine. You can't make it past the first stage. Oh, Spike Balls, take care, dude. Crocodile's the easiest. Yeah, I don't feel he's the easiest, honestly, to start. I mean, it's definitely doable. I've done it many times. Sometimes I start on that level, but the easiest? I don't know. The thing about the crocodile level is that there are a lot of enemies in the early part of the level, and you're just not powered up, and so... And then, like, because of all the background objects you can run into, like, that's a factor too. Like, you have to have a very specific route. Whereas, on the guy I picked, his top-down level has got nothing to run into except projectiles. You know, aren't any foreground objects to bump into. So here's the guy that Stexor was talking about. It's like these little rails up top, I can't touch them. So I gotta deal with all these enemies with pretty much no upgrades. So yeah, I prefer playing that top-down level first. The evil duck level, yes. There are evil rubber duckies. Extra life. But yeah, I mean, as far as power-ups are concerned, at the end of that top-down level, I was fully powered up at the end. You know, so it's... I don't know, you might get like an extra bomb here. I mean, you get an extra bomb in the other level, too. So I think power-ups wise, it probably doesn't really matter which one you pick, as long as you're comfortable with it. Are these enemies accurate to Silver Surfer? I think the end bosses are, at least... in name. I'm not sure about design, like actual boss design. And as far as enemies are concerned, I'm gonna assume they're probably not normal. Like, I'm going to wager that Silver Surfer does not have to kill piranhas and ducks and frogs. But I don't know, I've never read the comics. Probably never will. And there we go. That's right, Emil. You touch anything in this and you die. Well, the rubber duckies here are really dangerous. If you touch them, you die. Hell, they might be more dangerous. By that measure, they might be more dangerous, I mean. Yeah, no, the duckies and Battletoads are really dangerous, for sure. Yeah, sorry about the bouncing HUD on the bottom. That's one of the downsides to this core on the AVS. Some games struggle with that. Yeah, now it's not bouncing. Yep, now it starts bouncing again. Might have something to do with that water effect, actually. Alright, so one of these things I don't want to actually hit. The red balls. I think it's this one. So I'm just gonna skip it. It'll just fly out, spin around in circles. Whoa! Almost got hit by that turret. Here we go. Silver Surfer killed Gex, you bastards! The AVS is making it look so clean and pretty? Yeah. Mm-hmm. How does it look on a 4K TV? I don't know. Because I've never tried it on a 4K TV. I'd imagine it looks fine. I know there's some guys that come from behind on this level. Yep. That is one thing you gotta watch out for in this game. You notice that I'm not going down into the water and attacking those enemies. I'm just being disciplined. That's another big part of Silver Surfer. It's just plain smart. Oh, I looked at Tenchi's super chat. Tenchi, you killed me. It was worth the $4 though. Thanks a lot, man. Death by super chat. Don't think I wanted to waste that bomb there, but I don't feel like I had much of a choice. There we go. $4 is how much a 1-up is worth. Yeah, thanks a lot, Tenchi. Much appreciated. We'll go with this one. Yeah, the music kicks in this game. That's a speed-up power-up, by the way. It's a temporary speed-up power-up. Kind of a weird design choice. Yeah, I wasn't sure how the other levels would be without being fully powered up. I feel like this is probably the easiest one of my choices. My available choices. Oh, disappeared. Yeah. Hey, Pixel Diggs, what's going on, man? Honestly, when you know what you're doing in this game's almost boring. I do still need to go back and try to finish the game on the second and third loop. More specifically, just the third loop. I don't even think I need to bother with the second one. So the game does have gradual difficulty increases, and you can actually unlock them with cheat codes, but it involves you putting in a controller into player 2 port, so it's a kind of a pain in the ass, so I don't bother with it. But, yeah, that is on my to-do list. Oh, that's right, he did the opening track for Solstice, that's right. I don't think Gradius II has a generic spaceship. I thought the Gradius ship design's always been great. Good morning, just rolled out of bed. Nice. Yeah, Staxor, it's just the amount of HP the enemies have. Yep, yep. Whoa there. Actually have to dodge. Was not expecting that. Dude, look at that. Nice and smooth. You can really hug those walls. Alright, almost at the end of this level. There we go. Oh yeah? Nice, Iridisco. Yeah, I know what you mean, Stexor. Yeah, I used to be like that. But, you know, as I've gotten older, I've started experimenting more. Because a lot of these games I played a lot as a kid. And so, to keep them being interesting, I've tried branching out and trying different routes and whatnot. Alright. Another one down. Fire Lord. You should notice that I'm not like weaving around like crazy in this game. You know, I'm just tapping lightly. This means I don't, like, overshoot and slam into something. It's definitely a game where I like to take my time. And it's okay if enemies pass by you, because they're not coming back. You know, just let them fly off the screen. It's not a big deal. That's a survival tactic in the beginning, in particular, when you're not fully powered up. Or you're trying to recover from a death. Extra life. 9 lives already. Hey, Aquas. You don't have to mash very fast, you just have to time your attacks at the right time, Sexor, because you can only fire so quickly. Mashing just wears out your thumb. Like this right here, this is about as fast as you can fire. So if I try to mash the button, I'm not shooting much faster. It's all about just timing your attack appropriately so you don't have to mash. You're still pressing the button quickly, but you're letting your hand rest a little bit. The sprite work in this game is actually pretty good. Like this monster is like walking on the ground. They look pretty decent. I was gonna use a bomb there, but I didn't have to. Yeah, Uber Disco, having a counter K like that and modding it would be fun. But I don't even know how I would mod it. I know with the older arcade 1-ups you have to get... God, I don't remember what they're called. Basically these devices that... I don't know if it's like video transcoders or something. And you've got to, like, you know, rig up all sorts of wires and whatnot. And I looked at the mod and I was like, yeah, that's kind of beyond me. But it would be nice to have a modded countercade. That'd be cool. Yeah, he's got these pumpkins that like to fly up from the bottom. There we go. You don't get pain in your thumb from mashings because you're still a baby. Baby Stexor. Wait until you're 40. Then get back to me. I'm sure it makes a teensy tiny difference, but I don't think it makes as big of a difference as you think. Little baby. Baby Stexor. And you can get the same result by just timing your attacks properly. See, look at this. Nice and fast. And I'm not mashing the button so fast. Arrgh. There we go. Baby's gonna preach. The surfer aspect is bizarre. Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of makes you wonder, like, what their design idea is for a game where, like, before they decided on shoot 'em up. Yeah, well, your classmates are idiots. Just tell them that, because you're not old. There's someone that is working at the game store now, and she was like, "God, I'm so old. I'm 22," and I'm like rolling my eyes. I'm like, you guys don't even know. Quit saying you're old, because you're not. It's like, you just wait until you're old. Wait until all the fun shit life throws at you when you get older. Health problems, your friends start dying off left and right. You gotta buy cat food for your cat. Car insurance. Well, you probably had to do that at 22 still, but... A lot of 22-year-olds, their parents are paying for that shit. They have no idea what it's like to have to pay rent on top of all that stuff. The Ghosts and Goblins shooter. It's not a bad comparison. It is more of a memorizer. Kind of like Ghosts and Goblins. Co-pays for your healthcare? Oh, Dad, don't even get me started on that. Or the max out-of-pocket expense. There you go, Game Eagle. I will say it is cool seeing dudes in their, you know, lower 20s interested in these retro games. Alright, later, Retro Simon. Take care, dude. It is, Leo. It's, no, it's going multi-platform. Someone on the Shmups forum posted that both those Capcom games are limited time exclusives to Switch. And then apparently they're going multi-plat on in June. So you won't actually have that long to wait. I'll probably still... Oh man, now I'm thinking to myself, do I really want to buy both right away? Maybe I can just wait on them. I mean, if they're going to come to Xbox One, then I'd rather have it on that. I don't really care about the portable... Fuck! I knew that was going to happen. God damn it. I was going to try to use my bomb, and I couldn't do it in time. No driver's license. Well, not worrying about car insurance is nice, but... not being able to just hop in your own car and go wherever you want is also kind of a bummer. I want to try to tell my... Whoa, that was close. I try to tell my brother. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have a driver's license either. He can't go anywhere and really do anything. You can try to Uber everywhere, but that costs a lot of money. Especially for someone like him, where he's like in the music scene. Well, you can't really get out and participate in the local music scene. Without his driver's license. But car insurance does suck. I mean, especially if you've never had it before. You'll get charged more than other people. Oh, that's right. You're in the Netherlands. You're another baby. Well, I don't know how often they do sales on their newer games, Leo. You might be waiting a while. Or you might not be. I don't know. He's a nader, baby. Oops. Shit. Alright, I'm, I'm screwed. Should've saved my bomb. Just money keeping him off the road, or no desire to learn to drive? I think it's probably a bit of both, because my brother lives right across the street from his job. Let's try the left-hand path. I don't think there's a power-up on the left. But yeah, I think it's a combination of both, Leo. Yeah! Suck it, eyeballs. Well, what's wrong with that? Just don't watch them and then come back another time. Oh, I missed the power-up! God damn it. Alright, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. This is one of the worst spots to recover from. Count Chocula. Nope. Tony, he doesn't have a license. He's never driven. Yeah, if you live in a big city like that, Dad, yeah, for sure. Driving's, it doesn't make nearly as much sense. But I live in suburbia. So driving's pretty much mandatory around here. Oh, that still hit me! Hey, Stexor. Baby Stexor. You know, I'm much nicer if you don't backseat drive. If you don't backseat drive, my rage won't multiply. I want to shoot him. Because it's fun. Yeah, eventually they will. Everything becomes retro, eventually. Look at that baby Stexor with the tips. With information I already know. Thanks, baby Stexor. Fuck! I deserve that. Backseat surfing. Yeah! I mean, there's no real hard cutoff date for like what's retro and what isn't. But generally, you know, people feel stuff from that era is far from retro. Yeah, it looks slightly dated compared to, you know, modern games, but it's mainly just because of resolution and frame rate. A lot of the games themselves haven't actually changed all that much. At which point do things become retro for most people? For me, it's just when things feel insanely archaic. It's like PS2 is starting to feel that right now. Some PS2, not all. Early PS2 is definitely quite dated. Oh, I didn't even see him. Technically, Dad, they're not. Sorry. This is what I think of your statement, Dad. There you go. That was for you. I want to do that without using a bomb. I wonder if I can just surf around them. Oh, I can't. Look at that. But I want to shoot them! Yay. The Patchy hiding, that's great. Now, I actually really hate backseat driving. You want one way to annoy me? Is give me tips when I don't want them. But there you go. But you know what, Stexor? To be fair, your tip did help me. You're still a baby, though. I can picture you playing your Battletoads and wearing a bib, a Battletoads bib. And you'll have like a ring pop in your mouth. Not a full-on like pacifier, but the ring pop is good enough. It's close enough. It's still tasty. Yeah, this is the last set of levels, by the way, and I completely forgot how to get through them, so I'm probably gonna die a lot. Oh, that's right, no bombs. I used it already. In the previous level. God damn it. Hey, Carl, what's going on? Yeah, apparently you're not the youngest anymore, Game Eagle. The Xbox 360 is 15 years old. I thought it came out in 2005. Let's see. Yeah, November 2005. It is 15 years old. I actually bought that system on day one. Hey, Brian. Nice, Brian. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. Yeah, I haven't played Over Horizon. Oh, missed it. That was a really bad move. I don't know, I'd rather not be in the record books. Because then I'd be Groot with guys like Billy Mitchell. No thanks. The original Xbox came out in 2001, yeah. Xbox 360 was 2005. Messages don't seem to get shown in the OBS capture, but show up in the YouTube chat. So, Pixel Digs, that means that YouTube, for some reason, is declining your chat without telling you. So all I'm doing is a window capture on an actual web browser chat box. So that means it's only appearing for you and not anybody else. If I don't see it. Yeah, YouTube is weird like that. Like, I don't know if it's holding comments or what, but it doesn't give me... It doesn't... I don't have any access to where those comments would be. So I don't know if it's actually just dropping them or if it's, like, intentionally... like, just, like, not sending them through. Oh, the original Outrun is... Oh, Outrun 2 is great. We actually played that last week on Twitch. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, PS2 to me is still very much a gray area because some of its late-gen stuff, like God of War, still looks pretty decent. You know, if you had upscaled it, it would still look solid. Like, even like Gradius 5 does not feel retro to me. There's so much going on in that game. But then you go and you look at something like Eternal Ring, and you're like, okay, we're starting to become borderline at the very least. Yep, yeah, the Chihiro board. Yeah. But yeah, you know what's actually kind of interesting about that is like a lot of the ports from back in the day of Outrun 2 were still really solid. Even the ones like, you know, even Outrun 2006 on PS2 was really solid. Yeah. PSP come out in 2004? I guess that's about right. The Wii U love, yeah, me too, man. Yeah, it can be played 16:9, yeah, widescreen and 480p. Yep, yep. Oops. Damn. I mean, that could be a thing, too. I do have a lot of, like, naughty words blocked. But, I mean, honestly, it should at least tell you, like, your message wasn't sent. I ran into the object. Well, I mean, Eternal Ring's not a bad game. I think it's actually a really solid game. Fanavision's also a fun game, too. Wait, I don't agree with that statement at all. Well, not at all, but, you know, like, Evergrace was a turd, and still is. But Eternal Ring was a solid game. Very fun. And Fanavision was fun, too. It was just a tiny game. It was like 8 levels long, something like that. Although I think there were some other side modes. I did want to try to stream that sometime, actually. I've been meaning to do that for a long time. Or maybe just do a Let's Play of it. Bouncer was not launch window. Maybe in Japan. But in the United States, it was like almost a year after the PS2 came out. Alright, I'm about to give up here. Oh, Ridge Racer 5 is great. Yeah, I'm done. We'll switch games. You guys get the right idea. I've beaten this game so many times on stream. One last one for Dad. Hey man, I'd be distraught too if I had to go through this nonsense. Oh, that's right, I was gonna do Sky Shark. Yeah, you're right. Alright, I'll fire that up. Oh, there are a lot of people that like Ridge Racer games. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those games. It's definitely got its fans out there. Ridge Racer 5 is my favorite, though. A lot of people overlook it, but it's an awesome game. I think probably the worst thing about it is just how, you know, jittery it looks. You know, those early PS2 games, there wasn't much in the way of anti-aliasing or anything like that. But that aside, I mean, everything runs really well, plays really well, sounds really cool. I like the soundtrack in it. And it's like a $3 game. It's like, you can't go wrong. Alright. Sleep tight, baby. We will see you soon, hopefully. Hey, Grand Theft, you should play Ridge Racer 6 or 7. They're both really good. Although I think 6 has the edge over 7. Yeah, Ridge Racer Type 4. Yeah. I actually bought a NEGCon just to use on those games a few months back. It's really fun. Alright. So yeah, this game has really good music, but awful hit detection. So you're probably gonna see me die a lot. Yeah, it's actually been a long time since I played this one. Oh. Damn it. The nitro mechanic. Yeah, I think it was just a way for them to mix things up. I think I prefer the original play style, but I don't mind the nitro mechanic. Hey. Start over. Yeah, Ridge Racer 64 is a fun one too. I actually still need to play the DS version. So Sky Shark was a Toaplan developed game in arcades. Toaplan made a lot of classics, like Twin Cobra and Fire Shark. But yeah, this was called Flying Shark in the arcade in Japan. It was called Sky Shark in North America. Yeah, the NES port is actually really tough. Gotta watch out for the tanks underneath the trees. It looks like the tanks just kind of shoot wherever I am on the screen, even if they're pointing my way or not. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Shitty hitboxes, man. Like, that did not touch me. That's what's really frustrating about this version of the game. And of course, you lose all your firepower. I think that's the level end. It is, yeah. Hey, Darren. Are we allowed to suggest games? No! No! I mean, you can suggest all you want. It's just A, one, gonna be really annoying, and two, I'm probably not gonna play them. I mean, so it's just best for everyone to not do it. And just have a regular conversation and enjoy the stream. Because honestly, what's going to happen is I'm going to play your game, and I'm going to ruin your childhood, because I'm not going to like said game. The only game I've liked tonight has been Silver Surfer. And yeah. This has been a salty stream, actually. I was like, yeah, I really want to play some NES Shmups again tonight. And I've hated, like, every single one, except Silver Surfer. And that was kind of cheating, because, like, you know, I played a lot of Silver Surfer over the years. It's all 1943's fault. We'll just blame it on that. That game's actually had me in a salty mood all week long. Yeah, Deadly, it's because gaming aside, the 2000s sucked. Twin V's actually not a bad idea. I actually should play that. Well, you guys can at least see why this game's a pain in the ass. And that was kind of the point of playing the game. People complain about there being no auto fire in Silver Surfer. I think my answer to that is just play Sky Shark then. If you think that's bad. Yeah. And hitting those power-up plane patterns is just so difficult when you've got these other blue bombers coming at you. It seems like I pretty much have to use a bomb. Garbage. I'm done. I'm done with this game. Every couple of years I try to come back to that game thinking maybe there's something I'm missing. If I just put a little more time into it, I'll be fine. I'll beat the game and I'll have a good time. Twin Eagle? I like the arcade version. I do not like the NES version. Turbo controllers won't help you in that game, Andy, with all the poor collision detection. It just loops. I mean, is that how the arcade version was, though? Do you know? Some of those earlier Toa Plan games, I think, just kept going and going and going. Oh, man, PS2's got an awesome library. Yeah. There certainly ain't no rating. Nope. The arcade version of Fire Shark, or not Fire Shark, Flying Shark, Sky Shark is way better. It's also very difficult, but I can at least get a few levels in that without dying. Online play? I think for consoles, yeah. I mean, that was pretty much, Dreamcast, then PS2 and Xbox. But online play had been, solidified in like the mid-90s for PC players. I do find, though, Deadly, at least for me, I think a lot of the music in the early 2000s, or like the first, well, I don't know. I look at my music library and it's like all stuff from the 2000s that I don't listen to anymore. I mean, there are exceptions. I mean, there's some great albums I've got probably from every year, but out of my like 400 to 500 CD music collection, it's I end up rotating like the same 5 or 10 albums over and over. I don't know. I think the 2000s were great for gaming, though. I mean, that PS2 and Xbox generation was great, and then the Xbox 360 era was also, pretty solid. At least for me, so. Flying Shark's getting a port to Switch by M2. Yeah, I know some of the M2 games were, or sorry, the Total Plan games were coming out being converted by M2. Oh, man. All right, let's see. All right, so I've never really messed around with this game much, so we'll give it a shot. I mean, with the Xbox 360 and PS3 era, you still had some, like, quote-unquote modern games at the time that still felt kind of arcadey. Or at least they were really fast-paced and were challenging. But this past generation in particular, Xbox One, PS4, unless you're diving into actual, like, retro-inspired stuff, I think games overall were much more cinematic and handholdy than even the 360 and PS3 era. Plus, you had, like, on Xbox in particular, you had all the great Xbox Live Arcade games that kept, like, the retro spirit alive. From actual, like, indie-developed, retro-inspired games to actual arcade ports. Like, I remember in the 360 era, it was the first time that we had pretty much a perfect port of Simpsons the arcade game and X-Men the arcade game. And earlier on in that life cycle, you know, TMNT arcade, TMT 89, stuff like that. It was the first time we had pretty much a flawless port of Doom on console. I mean, I guess there was the Xbox port, but this one was a higher resolution, more features, online play. Hell, Wolfenstein 3D got a port. It was excellent. Hey, Micah. The fact that we get AAA games rushed to shelves with blah, blah, blah is a problem. Well, I mean, that's not because of Fortnite. That was happening well before Fortnite. Trust me. Yeah, don't blame that on Fortnite. Yeah, so I never really messed around with this game before. Yeah, games are rushed out because games are so expensive to develop now, and it's much more difficult to make a return on an investment. Yet gamers still demand, oh, this looks bad, well, you have to make your game look better, so it's like a vicious cycle. You make a simplistic game that doesn't look cutting edge, and like your game's gonna bomb. When it comes to quote-unquote full-price games. And gamers' tastes have changed. They don't like arcade-style stuff anymore. That stuff doesn't sell. The old genres like shmups have become very niche. This game seems pretty cool, actually. There are a whole lot of problems, and some of them are just caused by your younger gamers. I mean, even some of your older gamers that just look at some of these old genres and say, that's old, and they'll never play them again. Oh, man. What are those letters on the ground are meant to be picked up and I'm just destroying them by accident? Majority of indie games totally soulless shovelware? I mean, it depends. I wouldn't say the majority, because I haven't played a majority of them, if I'm gonna be honest. But I have played some really sloppy ones, definitely. Damn it, man. Yeah, you do have to shoot them. Don't care about game preservation. Well, I mean, I don't expect them to. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, a reason why not a lot of people care about game preservation. It's because they're, you know, they just want to play the latest and greatest thing and just live their lives. And I don't think there's really anything necessarily wrong with that. It's just not what we grew up with, and so it's not what we like. I will say though, for the most part, as long as systems could be hacked, I'm not worried about the game preservation aspect. You know, like for most people, a lot of these retro games are preserved via software emulation on their computers. And that's fine if that's how history plays out. I'm okay with that. It's those games where you've got baked in online requirements. A game that's got to talk out to a server. I don't know, I don't worry about it too much, as long as systems can still be hacked. Yeah, and like I said, Mark, it doesn't matter if you can hack a system and just still download it that way. But yeah, stuff will get delisted. Stuff will no longer be available, but... you know, if there are workarounds, then there are workarounds. And that's how it is. Maybe the industry will change in the future, you know? Maybe it's gonna take, like, a grave mistake of a whole generation or two of gamers not giving two shits about their games being available anymore, to then make a stink and, you know, have practices like that go away or become less common. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't even really care that much. Because I'm not your typical customer when it comes to modern games. I mean, look at what I'm playing right now. I'll look at it as, you know, their loss. Whatever. So I guess I gotta get back to all the way to the beginning. There might be a continue code or something, but I don't know. If you guys know if there's a continue code, let me know. So I guess you hit letters to spell something up top. Or not? I just blew up that letter and nothing happened. But yeah, it looks like this add-on makes me fly faster. And generic, make sure you back up those hard drives too. That's actually something I need to do. I need to back up whatever backups I currently have on my flashcards and whatnot, just to be safe. I haven't really worried about backing them up too much because, you know, they're all still accessible right now. I can just go on the internet and just, you know, download a full ROM set. It's not hard to find or do. But I should make backups of my SD cards just to be safe. Alright, so I'm starting to understand how some of these enemies work. They just kind of like go straight across the screen when they line up with you horizontally. It's actually not too hard to deal with. And this weapon is got auto fire, which is nice. Backing up data on Blu-rays? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do have a bunch of physical movies. I don't usually worry about backing those up or anything like that. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ha ha, Andy, you're a funny guy. Is that my continue code? Ow. Back to no auto fire. Or very slow auto fire. Huh, so if you hit all those blocks, you'll get an extra life. I think it's an extra life. I wonder if I could avoid these guys without shooting them. That's kind of a mean enemy type, if you ask me. Jeez, man, that's definitely mean. There we go. It makes life easier because, like, you speed up. You're much faster. You're like almost twice as fast. I did notice that, yeah. But they also sped up and sped up. Looked like they're gonna get to the point where I wasn't gonna be able to avoid them anymore. Hey, Nicholas. Oh, you mean a collapse of the modern games industry? Yeah, I don't think that would really help many people. Yeah, we're probably gonna game over here in a few minutes. I don't think the industry would ever fully collapse again, though, honestly. Games are too much of a part of people's lives. I mean, video gaming is the largest entertainment medium now, I thought. Like, it's pretty much surpassed everything. Back when we had the last crash, it wasn't that big. Yes, it went mainstream, but it wasn't nearly as big as it is now. So I don't personally see a crash like that happening ever again unless there's just some major economic downturn or downturn in general. But I don't think people are just gonna randomly stop buying video games. I mean, maybe there will be a shift eventually where people get tired of, you know, what we've been talking about with modern gaming. And they start voting with their wallets. Maybe they start going with more independent and smaller publishers. And your big companies, you know, start to falter a little bit. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how likely that is. Based on current trends, I don't really see it happening anytime soon, if it does happen. Because people are still eating this shit up. They are still... Yeah, they're still voting with their wallets. They're buying this stuff. I don't know, man. I try not to get too invested in the speculation, because I don't know how it's going to turn out. It's just speculation. But yeah, I don't think there will be a crash like we saw in the early 80s. It's a totally different landscape now. Ah, that's game over. It's not long-term preservation? Well, I mean, then nothing's long-term preservation, Nicholas. Yeah, I mean, if you can't accept emulation as preservation, then you're pretty much just done with the conversation. Because, I mean, that's about as good as you're gonna get. Having your games on physical mediums, like discs, those discs are going to eventually go bad. And hell, in this day and age, the discs don't even have all the data. So, I mean, your best option is backups on computers. It's as good as it's gonna get. There's not gonna be any other magical solution. I mean, if you want the real nihilistic, like, point of view, everything's gonna die eventually. You, your physical mediums, your ones and zeros on hard drives. The Earth isn't going to be here one day. The sun's going to explode. And all of what we're bitching about now will have been pointless. So there you go. This conversation's fucking stupid. I hate it when this topic comes up. Because everyone's an expert. Not realizing that in the end, it all doesn't really fucking matter at all. We're all gonna be space dust one day. Who cares? Life's too short. I don't want to stress it anymore. I've stressed it long enough. We can play another one that's kind of meh, you know? Meh. Meh. Actually, what's the, Everything will be degraded. No light anywhere. We're all dust in the wind, man. What is the Japanese version of Exed Exes called? Because, it's not popping up on my list. Let's see. Or is there like a preface? Yes. Savage. Oh, it's probably not called that. You know, we could just play Sky Shark again. How about that? No, it's not on here. Yeah, I also say, you know, don't get too hung up in your physical items because you can't take them with you when you're gone. I know it's a depressing outlook, but I mean, it is the truth. So you can only get so worked up about this stuff before you start realizing you're just wasting your life. King of Nintendo. You don't listen. See ya. Oh, that felt good. Okay, where was I? I was looking for the name of Exed Exes. It's not popping up. Crisis. Yeah, you know what? Do I have that on here? I might have that on here. No, I think I should have it on here. But I wanted to play Exed Exes. But it's not, Oh, well, this is actually one reason why it's not going to be there. Crisis Force was Japanese, right? Truly. Were you here earlier, Uber Disco, when Patchouli came out? Yeah, I brought her out earlier. Crisis Force. Yeah, I remember, I think I dabbled with this once a long time ago. Yeah, Game Night is more of a puzzle game than it is a shooter. I mean, you could shoot stuff, but it's not like, it's more about like avoiding things and using specific weapons on specific objects. Yeah, oh yeah, actually I should play Rekka as well. I wanted to play that last week, but I wasn't able to. Yeah, I mean, so here's my thing, like, the whole preservation thing, if you don't see emulation and backing up your data on your computer as preservation, then what is? I mean, really? What is real preservation? Brain preservation does not happen. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're trying to work in that direction, obviously. Yeah, I remember this game now. This is one with, like, big-ass sprites. Yeah, I don't think I actually played this personally, or at least locally on my flashcard. I think I was at a convention. One of my online Twitch friends that showed it to me. That's great, Micah. Well, I'm just trying to remind people, because some people are just like, you know, I don't know, man. They walk around like they're gonna live forever. Hey, DJ! Yeah, so apparently this is Crisis Force. Seems pretty cool so far. So it looks like that's my bomb. Holy slowdown, Batman. First time you've ever seen this? Nice. I don't know, for those of you guys that are really passionate about the subject, I mean, yeah, physical games are great and all. I've got plenty myself. You know, the fact of the matter is, it's not the norm to buy physical in this current day with modern games. And even when you do, a lot of the times the data, or all the data's not even on the medium, you still have to download it. So we're at a point in time where the physical disc really doesn't matter anymore. And for those of you guys that are really passionate about it, you're probably not going to change industry heads. But if you're really that passionate about it, you need to try to convince the younger generation that it matters. I personally don't care one way or the other. Most of the stuff I play is old anyway, and it's already quote-unquote preserved. For me, for my use. But you guys gotta reach out to the younger generation and make them see. 'Cause complaining about it on a Retro Gamers chat's not gonna do anything about it. We're just gonna be grumpy old men. That's all it basically amounts to. And I don't think everything in life is pointless, but I do think it's, I don't think it's particularly good to have an attitude like you're gonna live forever, and that is definitely an issue with, I think, some, I'd say a lot of gamers in general. Shit, I mean, if more gamers realize that, then I think there would be a whole lot less toxicity in the, the modern gaming communities in particular. But I don't know, maybe that's just a part of growing up. And a lot of people haven't done that yet. Physical media doesn't cost that much more to produce. It's literally like a few pennies to print like a physical game. It's not that much more expensive. It's just that more people than not, it's like 85 or 90% of sales now are digital. I mean, those are just like the numbers, apparently. You know, if more people were buying physical, then you know, physical would be more prominent. But the fact is, you know, the industry or the general buyers, the average buyer has shifted how they want their games delivered, which is digitally. They like the convenience. But I know why you guys like physical, and it's the same reason I like physical too. I mean, when I buy modern games, especially if it's a full price game, I generally try to buy it on physical disc. But for me, it's not so much about the preservation, quote unquote, which is why I don't care if the game doesn't have all the data on the disc. Or I don't care that much anyway. The big thing for me is, like, you know, I'm tight on money. I use my games to fund other games, so having a physical copy means I can trade it in. But I understand why you guys want to keep buying physical with, you know, preservation. And you guys should definitely keep trying to vote with your wallet. You're definitely an important part of that, but you got to convince the young kids too that it's important. But the trend is, you know, physical's going the way of the dodo. Potato energy. That sounds funny, actually. I can imagine with, like, internet services improving over the world, in the United States in particular, like, that whole demand for physical numbers is going to keep going down as people's internet connections get better, and downloading a 100 gigabyte game isn't going to be a problem for them. And who knows how long that's going to take, though, with how crappy ISPs are over here. That's not true, Dad. No, no. There are plenty of Xbox One games I've had where I've had the system offline, I was able to install the game, and it was playable. And the Wii U, I think there might have been some games on the Wii U that required an update to play. Probably not many, but I bet you there's probably at least one or two. But no, your modern physical games on like Xbox One, PS4, yeah, the disc is required to be in the drive even if you install it. But I mean, you know, there are a lot of games where you can still just install them from disc and they're still playable. You just might not get the best experience because you don't have the patches for it. Well, I validated that with a bunch of games on Xbox One in particular, because I was just genuinely curious. And like Shadow Warrior was one of those games where you could just install it straight from disc, you know, keep your system offline, doesn't download any updates, and it's fully playable. So, it just depends on the game. There's some games like Tony Hawk, they require an update, because not all the data is on the disc. I don't like that practice. But at least I can resell the game still. I mean, you have maximum non-ownership if you care what a booklet says. If you care about the law. I don't care about the law. Sometimes. I just now realized I've got auto fire. I've been mashing the button the whole time. Nintendo was pretty buggy until an update. Hey, you know what, DJ? I don't remember. Because I'm pretty sure I updated Nintendo Land whenever it was available. Do you guys remember when the first Nintendo Land update was? 'Cause I did play that game a lot, actually. Something I care about? I care about a lot of things. I just think with a lot of things it's not worth getting worked up over. Especially if you're gonna just sit on your butt and complain about it instead of actually trying to do something about it. I'm not saying it's bad to be passionate, but I do think it is kind of pointless about, like, you know, just complaining about it on the internet. In some random chat about shoot-'em-up video games. I guess I'm supposed to go there? I guess so. Oops. There we go. This is a pretty cool game. I do like it. Mainly because I'm not getting butt-fucked in the first or second level like I was in other games. Definitely more of like a cinematic kind of shooter. Almost reminds me a little bit of like a top-down Thunder Force or something like that. I can change my form. Oh! I just press A. I did not know that. Backseat driving! Backseat driving! No backseat driving here! I'm just kidding. Yeah, Gary, it looks pretty solid. Feels pretty solid. play is pretty solid, it seems. Thumb preservation. Well, what's the point of the discussion then, AJ, if you're not gonna actually take action? Is it just to feel good about yourself? Because I think that's what it is most of the time. Make you feel like you're right, but you're not gonna actually get off your ass and do anything about it. You're not going to write to these big companies and tell them how much you hate their practices. You're just going to complain about it on the internet and hope that they read it. Although they won't read it because they don't care. I don't know. Maybe go to their office, knock on their doors, talk to some managers. Confront the CEO. I don't know. No, that's scary stuff. We don't want to do that. We can't do that. Yeah, exactly, Uberdisco. I just need to chillax. I just like getting up to do things. Hey, man. Right there with you. There you go, AJ. That's the right attitude. If it's that important to you guys, make it happen. Oh, so this shoots backwards, I see. Okay. And this one shoots in multiple directions. It's almost got like a tracking shot, it looks like. Ow. Yeah, right, Gary? It's a reason flashcards are great to have. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can really mash the button to make things go faster. Ow. Sega Repro games. Yeah, Castlemania seems... I think I bought one of his 32X cables from his eBay store like a year ago. Let's see... Go to Square Enix president, complain about the purple pixel in Final Fantasy VII on the Chocobo farm. They would just call security. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Uber Disco. I don't need to hoard them. Honestly, I kind of wish I could downsize the ones I have, but you know, they're not really worth it. A lot of them just aren't worth it. Yeah, not worth it. And then again, you got some crazy fan bases that complain about why Sonic's eyes are green in the modern games. Yeah. Gamers are going to nitpick. They always have. That's not anything new. I mean, if a game's not done to my liking, like, in particular, if it's a game based off, like, an old franchise, yeah, I get very nitpicky. There you go, Micah. You're a part of the problem. See? You guys look at me like I'm the bad guy. Look at Micah. Yeah, you know what? I actually had really considered purchasing Cyberpunk. And the issue for me wasn't that it wasn't physical on PC, because I would have bought it on PC. It was... Well, pretty much nothing's physical on PC these days, but... It was more so kind of like the bait and switch that they did with reviews, and the fact that the game was super glitchy out of the box. I'm not a fan of when companies just shove something out like that. Like, for me, like, if you're not going to take your time with it, then, yeah, that's kind of shady. I mean, how long did Nintendo delay Breath of the Wild? And it's like a very polished game. Granted, they don't have thousands of NPCs walking around cities, but I don't know. I feel like CD Projekt Red probably could have afforded to delay the game. But they made a mistake, and they you know, decided to go through with the release date, and that was obviously a mistake. It's biting them in the ass. Although some people are still buying it. But the whole, like, they had the review embargo and told reviewers that people that got free review copies, they only got the PC versions. And so everyone was in the dark about the console ports, which were trash, apparently. That's the big issue. Like, that's just... It's not very, not a very cool business practice. So yeah, while I was like kind of starting to buy into the hype, because I liked the theme, the futuristic thing, and the fact it's a first-person RPG, I was kind of willing to give it a try. But then that stuff happened this past week, and I was like, yeah, you know, I think I can wait, or just never even play it. I got a lot of other games to play. I'm not worried about it. But the whole not being physical aspect on PC was the least of my worries. I actually try not to buy full-price games digitally, anyway. It's just something I've always done. Because for me, a lot of my games go unplayed anyway, so there's no reason for me to drop $60 on something that's just gonna sit in a virtual shelf. So it's actually good that I didn't pick it up, because it probably would have just been $60 wasted. Doom Eternal's the only game I paid full price for on Steam. You know, when it comes to the big budget AAA games that are $60. But I played the hell out of that. I knew I was going to. Because it's Doom. Got an extra life? Yeah, I couldn't stop playing Doom Eternal till I finished it. And then I went and finished it again. And again. And again. I played it a lot. Like, the first week and a half to 2 weeks, it's like all I did. I think I streamed it on YouTube just like a week after it came out. I did a whole playthrough. It took me like 9 hours or so. Oh, joy, there's more. Ow. Oh, blue is like a faster fire rate. Okay. Jeez, you take long enough to kill? Alright, see ya, Andy. It's not, you're not being a weirdo. I mean, I assume you wanted that handheld functionality. Well, that's true. I think you did tell us on Saturday that you prefer the Switch Joy-Cons. Shield Knights? Oh, and Doom Eternal? Yeah. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I've already forgotten their names. You know, one thing I'm still not used to in this game is to drop a bomb, you have to hold down B, then press A. It's not going to switch you to a different form. I keep holding down B and pressing A to switch to a different form, not realizing it uses my bombs. Okay, so... Oh, there we go. Finally. I'm not liking this. God damn it. Cyber Ninja game that's like Ninja Gaiden. Tanzer, game that takes inspiration from Strider. Is this a homebrew? Yeah, I like that homebrew is a thing. My thing with homebrew, it's kind of the same problem I have with modern gaming. It's just I don't have time for them. Got too many games from like the original era these systems were out. Like, I barely put any time into, freaking, what the hell is it called? I don't remember. My brain's fried right now. I've been up all day. I'm super tired. Ah. Yeah, what looks off Game Nights is you're probably referring to the art and animation style. And yeah, it looks weird. But I mean, if the game is good and fun, then it's probably not gonna matter. I just hope it's good and fun. But none of us are gonna know until it comes out, unfortunately. Cyber Shadow. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. Oh, it's by the Twin Tiger Shark guy. I should check that out, because I like Twin Tiger Shark. But wait, there's more! How about a 3-tiered boss? Yep, it's 3-tiered. Oh, I took a hit. Oh, I missed it. Alright, I think that's it. Tanuki Justice? I have not. Right, there we go. It is Crisis Force. Yep, yep. I don't know how many of those orbs I have to get to turn into my special form. Ugh, man, I'm just burnt out right now. I should probably just stop my stream. It's 9:30 already. Yeah, you should play Uber Disco. Why not? Why freaking not, man? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely impressive. You could probably be argued it's at the sacrifice of gameplay. But, I mean, when you consider other shooters in the system, I think it's still pretty solid gameplay-wise. Definitely a memorizer, though. It's not something you're going to jump in and just beat right away. But I wouldn't also say it's hard from, like, a dodging standpoint. At least not yet. That was, what, like, stage 4 or 5, I'm guessing? Some good stuff, Chanty. Some good stuff. That's actually weird. Some of these Konami games, like, I can't do the, I can't exit back to menu. Alright, later, Micah. Enjoy your Cyberpunk and Doom Eternal. You just contacted Nintendo. Well, there you go, AJ. See? There you go. You can complain all you want now, because you actually did something useful. Does anybody know what the Japanese name is for X-Dies on Famicom? Might be one of those games that has like a Japanese name. One of the downsides to being on a flash card that works on an actual NES is there's no quick find functionality. Oh, god damn it, man. My back muscles are inflamed as well. Oh. I did stretches earlier and put on an ice pack, but it's just getting worse and worse. Is that really what it's called? Holy crap. Alright, let's see. Oh. Or is this a different game? I'm going to be disappointed if it's not X-Dice. Damn it, Adam. You bastard. I wanted X-Dice. Okay, dude, I told you, I'm not fucking playing Zexus. Jesus Christ, you guys not listen. That is not a shmup in the beginning, Adam. You know better than that. Yes, it has shmup levels. I'm not doing hybrids. I thought you were answering my question is what's the Japanese version of X-Dies called, but because X-Dies isn't showing up in my list, but it should be. No, you're not. That's Zexus. Not. I'm looking for Exed Eyes. Or, sorry, Exed Exes. Sorry. I keep calling it Exed Eyes. It's Exed Exes. Not Zexus. The Capcom arcade game, Adam. You guys, you're killing me. Dude, it sounds like there's freezing rain outside. I can hear it banging against my window. Yeah, I mean, it's not... I mean, I hear it's, like, supremely crappy. But I still want to play it anyway. I'm disappointed. No, it's not hail, Tony. Hail is, like, really big, thick pieces of ice. Makes loud noises and dents your car. Alright, later Grand Theft. I don't think I saw you leaving, but yeah, take it easy if you're still out there. Oh, man. Alright, well, let's just do something else, I guess. Was there a version of Space Invaders on Famicom? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I forgot the Japanese version of Zexus added all that extra story stuff. There is. I'm really gonna put you guys to sleep. Putting myself to sleep already. God, the Atari 2600 soundtrack was better. That TIA chip was really good for making some thick, foreboding tones. Oh, I missed it. Alright, who just posted to Discord? Is that you, Chanty, or is that Adam? Alright, let me check. Oh, I can't pause. Oh, I can pause the game. I know, Adam. There is no game called Exed Eyes. I don't know why I always think it's called Exed Eyes. It's one of those games I always get that name wrong. Chofuyu, oh, Yosai. Okay, thanks, Rex. I'll look for that after this. I need to, like, go through my ROMs list and look for everything that's got, like, a weird Japanese name, even though that it wasn't that on the cover of the cartridge. There's some games like that that are like that. Like, for instance, the well, Exed Exes is one of them. The other day I was looking for the Japanese version of Jekyll and Hyde, because it's got all sorts of extra content that's not in the North American one. But in the ROMs list, it's you know, it's the full Japanese name. But I don't know what that name is, and so I end up searching forever. The game like Exed Exes in particular, the ROM should be called Exed Exes, not the Japanese name. I mean, it's on the cartridge itself. Yeah, there's probably some other reasoning for why, you know, they named it the way they did on the ROM. Maybe that's what they call it in Japanese documentation. I don't know. Even though it's different on the box itself. I mean, this isn't a bad version of Space Invaders. It's just after all the stuff we've played, it is kind of basic. The sound package is definitely the weakest part of it. I think the gameplay is fine. Visuals are okay. But Space Invaders needs that foreboding sound. Those deeper tones. I'm guessing there aren't any other gameplay modes. It's just very bare bones like this. I wonder how early of a Famicom game this was. I think if I'm up to it, I'll play S.C.A.T next. Yeah. Oh, got hit. Chenti, Gunnack was on Saturday. You did miss Zanac, though. I didn't really have a good time with Zanac tonight. I was getting my ass kicked by that game. Ah, trying to go for the UFO. This is the granddaddy of the shoot 'em up genre, though. So it's good to pay tribute to it every now and then. Okay, so it looks like I'm not able to destroy these projectiles now. Oh, that hurt. I'm only in round 5? Jeez. Feels like I've played so much longer. Well, at least it's not 1943. Shit. That was my fault. Yeah, we played Abadox on Saturday as well. Looks like this is 85, actually. That's not that early for Famicom. I was thinking this port would be 83 or something like that. Because it's very bare bones. It says play Space Invaders. I don't know about that, Dad, but it was a mega success. I don't know if it was like the video game that broke through in Japan. But it definitely had a major impact on that industry for sure. Not just over there, but over here as well. Oh, if you go to the Wikipedia article for a game and change the language to Japanese, you'll get the official Japanese title. Okay, that's a great idea. The question is, how do I do that? Or is there a language setting on Wikipedia itself? Oh, I see. Yeah, down in the bottom left. I don't know. Yeah, for Exed Exes, I take the title and it still translates to Exed Exes. Yeah, weird. I'll keep that in mind though. That's a good tip. All right, let's switch up. Do, 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 do. That's the Space Invaders soundtrack, guys. I still haven't messed around with Summer Carnival 92 Rekka. Oh, those Space Invaders are pretty solid, Dad. You need to get yourself in like a flash cart. Yeah, Space Invaders Extreme is the good one. Very, very fun format. I definitely recommend that. You can get that on other modern systems. I'm pretty sure you can get it on Steam. You can get it on Xbox 360. There's a PSP version, which is probably way cheaper.
You must destroy them. The Earth is counting on you. Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, you're playing S.C.A.T. Never been this one before. But if I remember right, it's a pretty cool game. Made by Natsume. Yeah, so it looks like you can actually control your pods. You press A and then they start rotating around. And they'll keep rotating until you press A to lock them into place again. Let's tell Steam they need physical copies of their games. Yeah, it looks like this is one of those games where you just hold down the fire button. It's okay, Uber Disco. Great minds think alike. Still trying to figure out which weapon I like the most. I'm torn. Ah, missed it. Metroid is a shmup? No. Definitely not. Just because you shoot doesn't make it a shmup. Yeah, Chenti, no. Unfortunately, it did not. PC Engine and PC Engine CD. Might have gotten some computer ports, but no Famicom or NES port. Ow. Keep getting caught off guard by those lasers. Yeah, it's right. You have a health bar in this game too, and I don't even know if it's possible to replenish it. What emulator are you using? Magic Engine works with Turbo CD. I did, Jack. I did on Saturday. We went through the whole game. Looks like S speeds you up. It's not a weapon type. Oh, there's an MS-DOS port of it? I did not know that. Yeah, a lot of those Capcom arcade games on MS-DOS were really bad. Oh, R refills your health. Okay, good to know. Takes a while to kill. Otocky. So maybe, yeah, no, try Magic Engine. Magic Engine is really solid. It runs great on older hardware too. Yeah, I haven't tried CD games with other emulators, but I tried it with Magic Engine and it works perfectly fine. Just gotta make sure you track down the full version of it. This might be the scrolling level. Yeah, it is. Well, I mean the vertically scrolling level. The really fast scrolling level. Because technically the whole game is scrolling, at least in one direction or another. I did not want to get the bomb. It's too slow for this part. You can only fire out one shot at a time. There we go. Get the W. Yeah, it definitely seems like a pretty chill game. I thought I remember it getting pretty tough, but I don't remember. It's been a little while. Yeah, over Disco. I've never messed with RetroArch. Never really had a reason to. But I do know it's apparently like the preferred solution for things like the Raspberry Pi and whatnot. Hey, Boston Burf. How's it going, man? Oh, man. Let's see. Mednafin is your emulator of choice. I've never messed around with that. Actually, it's not true. I messed around with like a... Wait, no, I did it. I've never messed around with Mednafin. I'm thinking of MESS. MESS. It's kind of like MAME, but for multiple systems, not just arcade games. You sort of emulate Deadly. You do Mr., which, I mean, it's a form of emulation. We like to kind of skirt around the whole thing by saying it's real hardware, but it's still a form of emulation. An expensive, high-quality form. Yeah. Boston Burf likes Retro Arch a lot. Yeah, I've heard it's really good now. See, Sega CD is not as cost prohibitive as people think because you can just burn CDRs. Sega CDs read CDRs really well, so it's just something to think about for people that want to go the real hardware route. Especially if you get a Model 2 Sega CD. Model 2 Sega CDs still aren't that expensive. And when you think about it as like, well, I'm going to buy the system, then just burn a bunch of CDs, it's really not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. 100, 150 for a Model 2. I don't think it's unreasonable. Definitely going to get your money's worth. But yeah, X68000, you're talking about a $1,000 to $2,000 computer there. I mean, you can get broken ones from Japan much cheaper, but then you got to be able to fix them up. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Dad, is you just burn the CDRs. I mean, if you're going to download the ISOs anyway to emulate it, then you can just burn them to CDs. It's the same thing, except you're playing them on real hardware now. So if you want that real hardware fix, then there you go. Sega CDs have been getting the Saturn price jump for a long time. It's just starting to branch out to more titles now. Lords of Thunder has been like a $100 game for a long time now. Same with Android Assault, things like that. Snatcher's been super expensive for like a decade, if not more. BizHawk. I don't hear too many people talk about BizHawk. Yeah, I know nothing about that one myself. Yeah, Stella's a great emulator. I highly recommend supporting that project. The fellow that works on that does a great job. The Terminator is 200. That game sucks, man. It doesn't really suck, but it's highly, highly overrated. Funny enough, like I'll probably never be able to stream that game for you guys because it's got Tommy Tellerico music. I did a Let's Play of Earthworm Jim on Sega CD many years ago, and it got copyright claimed out the ass for the music. Sega CD, AJ, not Saturn. Earthworm Jim 2 is the one that came out on Saturn, not Sega CD. I did the first game, Sega CD. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat in 10K, or a pin mic. Yeah, that'd be neat. I wouldn't complain. No, they're not the same thing. Yeah, Earthworm Jim 2 was Saturn. I mean, Earthworm Jim 2 got released on the 16-bit consoles too, but not Sega CD. Oh, jeez, am I gonna have to do... Oh. Never mind. It's not really... It's got some exclusive features, Dad, but it's not... I don't know. Yeah, it's got some exclusive features, but it's not, like... You're not missing a lot if you don't play the Sega CD version. And I believe the CD soundtrack on the Sega CD version was included on the PC CD-ROM version. Saturn version? No. AJ, Earthworm Jim 2 is what's on Saturn. Not Earthworm Jim 1. They're two totally different games. The second one is worse in just about every way anyway. Never mind, I give up. Yeah, no, it's like an Earthworm Jim Definitive Edition, Dad. That's what they would call it today. But in reality, it would just have an extra area or two, you know, CD music, blah 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 blah. Now you shouldn't be confused. There's Earthworm Jim 1 that came out on Sega CD. Then on Saturn, oh, and get this, PlayStation in Japan, Earthworm Jim 2 came out. It's a sequel. It has a 2 in the title. It's not that hard. You guys are killing me now. I'm too tired for this shit. I'm way too damn tired. 6.5 hours in. Why am I still streaming? Why am I even here? No, I'm just a tired man communicating with people that are probably as broken and tired as me right now. Well, maybe not broken, because they didn't have to play 1943 tonight. And they didn't have to listen to people state that software emulation and backing up data on a computer is not preservation. Oh wait, they did. Alright, I'll give you guys that one. Earthworm Jim 64 did not come out for the Dreamcast. See, Dad, he's trolling me. That's what he does. Sega CD was an add-on for the Sega Genesis. Alright? It was a 16-bit console, or 16-bit add-on. It was an add-on for the 16-bit Sega Genesis. The Sega Saturn was a brand new console. It was a 32-bit system to compete with the PlayStation. Totally different generation of consoles. Game Eagle, the saga is 1943 sucks, and is one of the harder games I've had to beat in recent times. And it's a pain in the ass. Sorry, AJ. I just assume everyone on my stream knows what these things are because most people do. I have kind of a niche crowd that's into, you know, all retro gaming hardware. There is no 1945 for NES. 32X was also an add-on for the Genesis. Indeed. I'm trying to think of other shooters to play. Yeah, let's try. Were there any shmups released for the Famicom Disk System? Do any of you guys know? Otocky? That's right. I meant to do Stinger, which is Twin B. And then I think there was another Twin B in Japan that was different. Then there's Scoon. Scoon was actually pretty cool. I like that one. No, Game Eagle, you should try to beat 1943. You'll have a fantastic time. Famicom Disk System, guys, not cartridge. And we already did Crisis Force and Zanac. People. Otocky. It doesn't matter if it's vertical or horizontal. I'm just kind of curious what exists. Desemon. Wow, it saves your data. Interesting. Dude, fits perfectly. Music Maker, huh? Interesting. We'll go with game mode first. It plays music with your attacks. Okay, interesting. Maybe it saves your data because you can make your own music, apparently. Oh my god, it's a music rhythm game on the Famicom? And it's a shooter, sort of. I have never heard of this game before. It's Rez before Rez was ever a thing. This is crazy. I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, I'm trying to attack to the rhythm. Which I guess is the point. This game's crazy. Very interesting concept. I still don't know what to think of this, honestly. I guess the ground doesn't hurt you though, which is nice. Imagine having to deal with like running into walls and stuff while you do this. I guess I can hit those notes, either make enemies appear or power-ups. Okay. I've got 5 music notes. Uh-oh, is that a boss? Oh, the 5 notes, that's the boss's health bar. This is a very interesting game. This is very creative. What is this game called? It's called Otocky? Yeah, so you want to pick up music notes and then the boss appears. I guess that's the whole gist. Might have a new favorite game. This game's crazy. Oh, it's close. Oh, took a hit. Sorry, this game is just crazy. I was not expecting to play a game like this tonight, but it's pretty cool. I like it. Getting some of those notes is tough. Oh, really? Did they actually say that, Dad? Heard about it on Crontendo. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Oh, I missed it. So letters I can just pick up, apparently. I don't have to shoot them. Oh, took another hit. Yeah, you really don't want to be sitting on those notes now. A lot of them are enemies. I'm guessing the levels just loop until you get the music note. Or the music notes. I'm dead. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've never heard of that game before. Yeah, that's really cool. Electroplankton. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, okay. Dad's an ass. Alright, I am supposed to... Let's see. Oh, did I miss Crestline being out there? I didn't see his text. And I'm looking for the name of Exed Exes. Someone had posted it up around here. Oh, there it is. Chofu. Let's see if that's on there. All right. Yeah. Cho Fuyu Yosai Exed Exes. You gotta be kidding me, man. This probably isn't any good either. But I wanted to play it anyway. Oh yeah, that looks quality. Actually, you know what? I feel like I've played this on stream before. Because there was a period where I had a bunch of Famicom cartridges. And I feel like I did a Famicom... Did I do a Famicom? I know I did a Famicom stream on Twitch. I'm pretty sure this is one of the games I owned. Yeah, let's scroll chat back down. Crestline must leave. Right as I acknowledge him. I'm sorry, Crestline. Okay, apparently I just used the bomb. Multiple bombs, actually. But this is actually a really cool arcade game for the time. But I heard the Famicom version is not so high. This isn't the one I was thinking of, where you can... There's another Capcom one, I forgot what it was called, where you can like shoot out a missile. High point area. Yeah, it's super janky, but it's still kind of fun, actually. It's better than 1942, at least. It's because this has more variety. Like that high point zone. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure we'll actually play the arcade version in the next week or two, most likely. Because like I said, I want to do Capcom Arcade Cabinet, and I believe the arcade version of this is on that. Hey, the Yasichi! It's attacking me! Normally it's an upgrade. $5,000 points. Aww. Thought I could dodge that. Hey, JD. Yeah, Subhuman. The arcade version especially did. I'm not going to recommend people go out, rush out and play this one, but there's definitely a lot more variety to it than 1942. And it's like I actually have to dodge, which is nice. Oh, stars are bombs. Okay. Wow, look at that flicker. I can't see what's going on. Oh, Xevious. Yeah, Xevious is classic. I don't think I'm going to play it. I've been trying to stay away from the Namco games, which kind of sucks because I do want to play some Galaga. And then there's a Japanese version of Galaxian. Yeah, I've gotten a bunch of copyright claims from Namco games. I just don't want to deal with it. Just in case. Terrastar the Fighter, Attack Anmu Gakuen. Yeah, never heard of those. Big Challenge Dogfight Spirit. Yeah, never heard of that one either. Are those just regular Famicom games? It's probably risky doing that. Baby Stexor would like these parts because he can button mash as fast as he wants. Alright, later JD. JD Crow. Oh, they're more like rail shooters, yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. that star. Ah, died again. 4 lives left. Yeah, Gyrace is pretty solid, for sure. Is it looping already? No. I mean, this isn't the era of shoot 'em ups where, like, you know, they would reuse backgrounds a lot. The enemy patterns will change or get more difficult. This is only stage 4. I've probably played enough, honestly. I'm sure most of you guys don't really care about this game. But I just had a masochistic urge to check it out. I'd much rather play it than 1942, that's for sure. Like, it's not really a good game, but I don't know, it is playable. I wonder how much more difficult it gets. Ah, crap. Gallagher arrangement, no, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Wait, was Gallagher arrangement on the regular Namco Museum in that era? I know Pac-Man arrangement was. I can't remember. It's been a while. I do know the 50th anniversary version has Dragon Spirit on it, which is nice. He kept scrolling downwards. No, Aaron, I'm probably not going to. I'm probably gonna be out of here soon. Oh, another mini-boss, okay. Dope. No, I don't think I'll continue, thank you. Hey, Michael, it's going alright? Just tired and hungry. Hungry again. Yeah, it is a slow-paced game, Pixel Digs, definitely. I mean, it's slower than some of the other stuff we play, but what I like about it is that there is a lot of stuff to actually dodge. You know, there's not much, like... I don't know, there's a little bit of dead air in these early levels, but you still, you know, like, you see all the bullets coming out of these turrets here. That's cool. The game probably would have been a lot better if it was ported later in the system's life cycle when they started using more advanced memory mappers and stuff like that. But, this was in 1985, where, you know, most Famicom games were still really basic. The stock Famicom and NES hardware is not that great. It wasn't really until they started using more advanced memory mappers that things really started to pick up quality-wise. Like, a game like this is, probably too complex for stock Famicom hardware. Like, if you see the arcade version, you'll know what I mean. But, yeah, you'll actually see the arcade version soon. Because, like I said, I want to do Capcom Arcade Cabinet. But, yeah, we'll do that sometime soon. Oh, man. Alright. Oh, man. I'm trying to think if I should keep streaming or just stop and go eat some dinner and then go to bed. Thinking the latter is probably a better choice. Grinch, how late are you this time? 2 minutes shy of 7 hours late. Galaga Arrangement was on the first Namco Museum. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't mess around with Galaga Arrangement much. I bought it mainly for Pac-Man Arrangement. Yeah, I thought Galaga Arrangement was there. PS2 and Xbox? No, they both had both the regular and the 50th anniversary. Yep, yep. I wish I was drinking, Adam. I've got a few beers in the fridge, man. I probably should have cracked a couple open. Would have made the stream a little more interesting. Yeah, no, what I plan on doing, Aaron, is just like baking some broccoli and Brussels sprouts and just eating those, and that's it. Nothing crazy. But they're tasty. I've had a lot of meat today, actually. Yeah, between chicken, fajitas, and a trip to McDonald's earlier, which I shouldn't have done. So I'm going to just make it like an all-veggie meal for dinner. Yeah, take it easy. Exed Eyes? Really? There's a game called that? No, this is Exed Exes. I don't know about Exed Eyes. I thought there was. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Cleaning the apartment again. Well, let's see, Dad. Maybe I can help you with that. Let's go through my stream archives. If you want supreme salt and lots of F-bombs, you can watch my Battletoads Xbox One playthrough. It's only 8 hours long. If you want me being really impressed by a new indie game, you can check out the Hunt Down stream. That's a really good one, actually, that game. I've got a Game Boy Variety stream from July, which is fun. About 5.5 hours there. The TurboGrafx mini stream, almost 12 hours long. That was a good stream. Demon's Tilt, if you want to see me blow Adam's face off with my scores. I think I blew way past his high scores on that game. It was the first time I played it. Celeste, first time playthrough. That was a really good one, actually. Mary Doomsmiss. That'd be a good one. Doom for PlayStation. Shovel Knight, first time playthrough. That was a fun one. Neo Geo CD from November, a year ago. Dude, going through my streams list is crazy. I stream too much. Yeah, there are a lot of options, Dad. I've got a crap ton of streams. You're playing Doom for PS1 right now for the first time. Well, there you go. Have some Mary Doomsmiss streams. Or stream. Alright. Oh yeah, if you go to my main channel page, I actually have a playlist with all my stream archives, so I'll actually post it in chat just for anyone that's curious, because I think a lot of people don't remember that I have playlists, so if you want to check something out, then you can do that. Here's my oldest to newest playlist. Well, I mean, sometimes I have fun, Dad. sometimes I, I work, but I also have fun. It's occasional. Oh, man. Well, I do want to keep playing, but it's late, I'm hungry, and I do need to get some sleep, so I think I'm going to get out of here. Yeah. I am going to get out of here. Holy crap, I've got a lot of stream archives on my channel. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap, that's a lot of stream archives. 303 live streams. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh. Yeah, you guys take care too. I do appreciate you hanging out. I know that the salt was real in this one. The salt was real. Well, I mean, it doesn't feel like I've done that much, Dad. It doesn't feel like I've streamed that much. Yeah, thanks, Pin Mike, for recommending Otocky. That was really cool. I'm glad I tried that out. I'll have to look back into some of those other Famicom Disk System shooters. I'm definitely interested to see, what it has on offer. But, yeah. I am going to get out of here. Let's see. Some big shout outs to Dad, who actually did a super chat earlier. Thanks for the $5. Much appreciated. Thanks to the Adam Pearson for the $5 as well. And Tenchi3 for the $4. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'll probably end up being back Saturday with another stream, I guess. Still haven't figured out what I'm going to Let's Play next. It's probably going to be a few weeks before the next video is ready. Probably going to try to just tackle something that I'm already familiar with, like do an updated playthrough of Ninja Gaiden or something like that. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, if I stream Saturday night, I'm not sure what it's going to be, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, good night, guys. Much appreciated. I'll try to have the archive posted probably tomorrow night. It's probably not going to be posted tonight because it's not going to be done processing before I go to bed. But, yeah. Semi-good times tonight. A lot of conversations where I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, people. Why are we going down this path? Oh, look at that. Kazuya is still out there. I wanted to keep giving you crap, Kazuya. I can't do it if you don't show up. Contra 3 is so much easier than Contra on NES. Oh, man. These streams on Wednesday nights, Dad, they just take it out of me. Tonight I wasn't even supposed to stream at my regular time. I was supposed to move pinball machines, but then it snowed, and then so my original plans changed, and I don't do well with change. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. I still try to do my stream regardless, even if I'm tired. Well, maybe in hindsight I should push them off sometimes and just not do them. And that's okay, but I don't know. The thing is, like, I'm not putting out regular content. I'm not putting out standard content on the regular as often anymore, so it's like, you know, these kind of fill in those spots. Which is kind of necessary for my channel to keep growing. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're damned if you do because you're too freaking tired to do it at the end of the work week. But you're damned if you don't because then your channel just kind of stagnates. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, thanks, Leo, for hanging out. It's always good to see you, man. You know that. So I'm not sure if you caught some of these older games near the end, but we played Space Invaders and we played Exed Exes. We found out the name. It starts with a C. But, yeah. Fun times. I'll catch you guys later. I'm just going to keep randomly. I'm going to keep rambling like this if I don't shut off the stream. So. But, yeah. Have yourselves a fantastic night. Or day, wherever you are in the world. I know it's daytime for some of you. And I guess until the next one, take it easy.